Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Howell Township Council Workshop, regular meeting, August 16, 2011. Time 6:35. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Ms. Walling, please read the opening statement.
Let the minutes reflect that adequate notice of the holding of this regular meeting of the Howell Township Council was provided for in the following manner: by the posting of a copy of said notice upon the bulletin board in the Township Municipal Building on January 1, 2011, by the faxing of a copy of said notice to the Asbury Park Press, Tri-Town News, and Star Ledger for publication on January 1, 2011, by the filing of a copy of said form of notice in the Township Clerk's office on January 1, 2011. The public will be allowed to attend and will be allowed to participate pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Law. The public is reminded that civility and decorum will be maintained during the meeting. Any contracts awarded at this meeting or between now and the next meeting will be required to comply with the requirements of Public Law 1975, Chapter 127. In accordance with the Fire Prevention Code, be advised that this facility is designed with 3 emergency exits for your safety. The locations are as follows: upon exiting the meeting room to the rear, there are to immediate left and immediate right, and at the front of the meeting room, at the left of the dais. Furthermore, smoking is not permitted in the municipal building. Please take note that this meeting is being videotaped for possible future broadcast on Howell Television.
Have a roll call, please, Ms. Woolman.
Mrs. Clark?
Present.
Mr. Nicastro?
Present.
Mrs. Smith?
Present.
Mr. Gatto?
Present.
Mayor Walsh?
Here. Ms. Schlegel, I believe we have reason to go into executive session.
Yes, Mayor. Personnel, contract negotiations, Teamsters, and Monmouth County.
Would you please read the executive session resolution, Ms. Woolman?
Whereas the governing body of the Township of Howell is authorized pursuant to NJSA 10:4-12 to exclude the public from that portion of the meeting for purposes of discussing specific matters as permitted by NJSA 10:4-12. Whereas the governing body of the Township of Howell intends to discuss certain matters which are deemed confidential pursuant to NJSA 10:4-12. Whereas at this time the governing body of the Township of Howell cannot determine the time when the discussion to be held in executive session will be made public, but will disclose the minutes of executive session when the need for confidentiality no longer exists. Now therefore be it resolved by the governing body of the Township of Howell that this meeting shall be adjourned to an executive session, and the public will be excluded in order that the governing body of the Township of Howell may discuss the items previously listed, and upon reconvening this public meeting, the presiding officer will announce, if possible, the time when and the circumstances under which a discussion conducted in executive session will be disclosed to the public.
Motion to go into executive session.
Can I have a second, please?
Second, Mayor.
Roll call, please, Ms. Woolman.
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nicastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes, for the benefit of the public, we will reconvene the meeting at approximately 7:30. Okay, everybody. I'd like to reconvene the meeting at this time. Would you all please stand for the salute to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would you all please remain standing for one moment of silent observation? Our troops have been fighting all over the world, so we get to practice this democracy on a daily basis. Me personally, I'll be praying for their safety on their arrivals home. I hope they come home to their loved ones soon. Executive session minutes from tonight's meeting can be disclosed to the public when the need for confidentiality no longer exists. Acceptance of minutes of previous meetings, June 14th. Got a workshop and executive session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I'd
Okay.
like to correct.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay, don't have to be sorry. Just speak up quickly enough.
I'm used to apologizing.
Councilwoman, could you just make sure that you speak into the microphone, because I don't think you're being picked up. Thank
Okay.
you.
I wasn't quite ready, I don't move that fast. In our public hearing on the ordinance for the global building, the first person to speak was a Mr. Michael Broderick. Everybody else's comments were pretty well, even though some of them were short and the important comments were made. Mr. Broadwick's comment made 2 comments, and only one is related, and I'd like to see the second one included. It says here that he stated the Teamster employees were in full support of this ordinance and the movement to the Global Building. And then he added he hoped that we didn't have the same problem that he did in his home municipality, that they did, when they anticipated a roof replacement being $1 million, and before they were finished it was $2 million. I think that's important objectively to include his whole statement. I'd like to see that added.
Me personally, I don't know if that was exactly what was said.
It might not be verbatim, but that's what was said.
Until I know
If you want to listen to it and you have the minutes on the next meeting, I have no problem.
I have no issue with that. I would just like to know exactly what was said before I said okay myself. Anybody else?
I agree. Absolutely. Yeah, I have no problem with that at all.
Okay, so why don't we take off June 14th minutes? Okay. June 28th, 2011, regular meeting, executive session, acceptance of minutes. Anybody have anything they'd like to comment?
If there are no comments or questions, I'll make a motion they're approved.
Mayor, will that include the executive sessions for the 14th?
I would think so.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'll second it.
Have a roll call, please, Ms. Woolman.
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes.
So the only one we didn't do was regular meeting June 14th.
Yeah. So, Ms. Woolman, we want to see verbatim minutes. Okay?
You'll receive them on Mr. Broderick's comments.
Okay. That'll be fine, thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, reports of township officials. Mr. Nunziata, how are my roads coming?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I know we have a large agenda, but I'll be brief. The Phase 1 contract is now complete. It was a little over $1 million, and we did about 5 miles worth of roads, 10 lane miles, 5 miles. There's also 3 contracts on the agenda for award tonight. One of them is Phase 2, and that will include Shady Lane, Sunset, Middle Lane, West 2nd, Asbury Ave, Merrick Road, Richard Road, and Victory Road. That's about $1.75 million. Phase 3 is the villages. That's a little under $1 million. And the 3rd contract is Aldrich Road East, which is about $436,000, which will bring the total we've encumbered this year so far to between $4.2 and $4.3 million. Those 3 contracts, if awarded tonight, would be done before the end of this season.
Good job, Mr. Nunziata. Thank you. Mr. Filiaccio.
No report tonight, Mayor.
Ms. King?
Nothing, Mayor.
Ms. Schlegel?
Nothing for me, Mayor.
Stephen? Oh, he's on vacation?
It's on vacation.
I'm glad.
Good for Stephen.
Ms. Woolman, anything you'd like to add this evening? No? Councilman DeCastro?
Mayor, the only thing is, I just want to, thank the, on our last storm we had, that windstorm where we had so many trees down. So I just want to thank, DPW, the manager's office, the police, and emergency personnel. And I got to tell you, myself and the deputy mayor went out there to see all the damage. It was extensive, and it was really good to see how the neighbors came out and helped one another, and the community came out and work together. So just kudos to everybody that was involved in that situation. That's all I have.
Councilwoman Clark?
In light of the agenda, I'm going to pass.
Councilwoman Smith?
I'll try to be brief, but I do have a few things. Firstly, I echo Mr. Nicastro's comments and then some. In our part of the township, we didn't see a lot of wind or serious problems, and I really didn't know until Helene called me. to let me know what was going on. So I proceeded to call several people in the area that she mentioned, and the reaction I got and later reports from people, everybody appreciates very much the extra time that recycling was kept open and the extra pickup. And several comments, well, we're taking care of each other. But we had some really serious problems. One resident on Sunnyside Road, his house was struck by lightning. And it struck just he said approximately 3 feet from where he was standing. So we had some really, really serious problems, and I think he said 20 to 30 trees down in his yard. He's a big lot. So again, thank you. It was a wonderful reaction from our workers, from people taking care of each other, and that's what we're supposed to do. Then on to something that's not so pleasant. We had an incident that happens to be in my neighborhood, and I happen to be witness to, as well as my sister. One thing I've always been concerned about is the berm at the open space, the 15 acres by Country Meadows. People walk on that. They constantly with their off-road vehicles that they're not even supposed to be, and their trail bikes and everything else that you can think of. I've always worried about when they come down from the other side, come down the hill. I don't want to have to call the ambulance for a bloody mess at the bottom of the hill, but that's not what happened. What happened was that there were a group of teenagers congregated on top of the hill, and one of them threw a rock, and a poor older gentleman's windshield was smashed, and he could have been seriously hurt. It was reported to the police, and the police came out and took a report. I don't know whatever happened to it, but I really think that we need to put signs up at on either end of that berm that prevent people from walking on it. The kids can sleigh ride when the winter comes. I wouldn't want to take that away from them, as long as they go toward the open space, not toward the road, the way they do once in a while. It's amazing. I can't believe people. But I'd hate to see something like that happen again, and maybe with the worst consequences. Also, it's come to my attention through the Environmental Commission and the Lake Restoration Committee that there's a problem with the pond. It's Groundhog Brook in the Windmill Club, and I see Mr. Schneider here. He can probably attest to it. A gentleman, his name is, well, I guess I can give his name, but I wouldn't give his phone number, Mr. Michael McCullough, who has been trying to get help. I have some pictures here that I'll have to give back to the committee, but it shows a terrible, awful mess in that pond, and he's looking for help. My answer was that there's a homeowners association, I believe, at the Windmill Club, but I guess he's approached them, and he was told they wouldn't even accept his complaint, concerns, letters from him. But those pictures are horrendous. Nobody should have to live with that among them. And I don't know what we can do, since there is, I imagine the homeowners association can be cited by code.
Yes, this is a private community, so we don't maintain the pond or, go onto that property there. But we can certainly look into it, contact the homeowners association, and try to get a little bit more information on what's going on.
Well, when
over
you
there.
see the pictures, and his name and phone number is there,
Okay.
and he has given that freely and asked to be contacted, and he'll be of any help that he can.
Sure, we can certainly contact them on his behalf.
I have a couple of other things, but other than, I'll leave that till next meeting, but I did ask McKenna, have you gotten anything from Middletown Township about the the historical, the landmark?
No, I haven't gotten anything from them.
Have you asked?
I've asked, and I also went on their website, and I haven't found anything. I know it's called Landmark.
Right.
Landmark Preservation or whatever it is. I didn't know if you wanted to discuss that with the other council members.
Well, I thought we'd just have the information to add to what we already have and to choose what suits our, I think we're all on the same wavelength there. We want to establish a preservation process, but, and we want to preserve things and take care of them, but we don't want to make it too restrictive to the owners so that it's impossible for them to maintain or sell.
I think we had said that we would put that on for discussion at, I would imagine, in September.
Yeah,
I don't know about the 6th, but at least for the second meeting.
Well, I was just referring to added information.
Right,
so that
and then we
could-
would have that to be added, absolutely, to your packet.
And just on that point, if I could, I just wanted to make sure that when we're talking about that, we're very specific to the buildings and the homeowners. If we're
Mhm.
talking about someone's home, I want to make sure that they are aware and can participate in the discussion, because I feel that that's a huge, huge issue. When we're going to start telling a homeowner what they're going to do with their home, how they're going to paint it, what they're going to do with it. I just want to make sure we're able to, and personally for me, able to identify the specific areas so these people are noticed to these
Well,
discussions.
The reason that I brought this up, I had the idea because we have an acquaintance friendly acquaintance who lives in Middletown, Chapel Hill area, which is a lovely area. I know I had relatives that lived there when I was a child. It's very, very pleasant. And it's a house, a dated house, and the people want to keep it, but they, financially, they don't want to be to the point where it's impossible, but they found that the, maybe I should just ask them, committee or commission, it was very helpful, and they didn't find that it was too restrictive, that they could deal with them very well. They gave them advice and made recommendations of where they could find things and how they could accomplish things without making it impossible.
The Landmark Commission in Middletown is set up that way, more of an advisory board, and it does keep track of the historic buildings within Middletown. I don't know how much direction or guidance they offer outside of their advisory role, but I'll give a call to I think the chairperson tomorrow, see what she's got for me.
Okay, thank you. That's all for today.
Deputy Mayor?
I'm good, Mayor.
I have a few things. Is George Gravatt here?
Yep.
Where's George?
There's his hand.
George, stand up, please. I'd like to introduce George Gravatt to any of you who don't know him. He's been appointed a director of DPW. He's been with this township a long time. I don't know if he knows what a clock is. I've seen him out there working 24, 36 hours in a row when the people of Howell are in need, and I think we're very lucky to have a director of DPW like George Gravatt. He's with us tonight. Congratulations, George.
Good job, George.
If you haven't figured it out, I think George is okay. Couple little things. There will be a Board of Chosen Freeholder meeting next Thursday in Farmingdale, if anybody would like to go at 7 o'clock. They've been taking the meetings on the road some, and next Thursday night they've chosen Farmingdale to have a meeting. I have left questions for a few of them already of why it's not going to be in Howell Township next Thursday. If it doesn't get addressed to me by then, it'll be addressed to me that night. But if anybody would like to go, there's a Board of Chosen Freeholders meeting next Thursday in Farmingdale at 7 o'clock in the evening in their meeting room. On September 10th is the Walk with Joe over in Manalapan at Battleground Park. It's a very well-attended event. Joe Driscoll, he passed away in the flight in 911 in Shanksville 10 years ago. It's the 10-year anniversary. They're expecting over 1,000 people walking this year, even though the family will not be there. I grew up in Manalapan, and the family will all be over in Pennsylvania for the 10-year anniversary over there. But it's a well-attended event. It's a good time to reflect, people getting together. remembering that awful day that should stick in all of our minds and all of our hearts. Registration will be at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's a 3-mile walk. I'd love to see some of you there. People from all over come, and it's a pretty enlightening day. So, we also have our own 911.
Yes,
Correct, Ms. Schlegel?
yes, that's correct.
When will that be?
On September 11th at 2 p.m.
It's at 2 p.m.
Yes, sir.
outside here.
Yes.
Now, you're all welcome to come. We have some speakers coming. It'll be a day to reflect, also remember here in Howell Township. It's a very nice 911 memorial outside. Ms. Schlegel was the head of the recreation department back then when it was all put together, correct?
Yes, sir.
We'll all be here. One more thing I have. It's a proclamation. It's Over the Limit, Under Arrest 2011 State Crackdown. Whereas impaired drivers on our nation's road kill someone every 30 minutes, 50 people per day, and almost 18,000 people each year. Whereas 25% of motor vehicle fatalities in New Jersey are alcohol related. Whereas an enforcement crackdown is planned to combat impaired driving. Whereas the summer season and Labor Day holiday in particular are traditionally times of social gatherings which include alcohol. Whereas the state of New Jersey, Division of Highway Traffic Safety, has asked law enforcement agencies throughout the state to participate in the Over the Limit, Under Arrest 2011 statewide crackdown. Whereas the project will involve increased impaired driving enforcement from August 19th through September 5th, 2011. Whereas an increase in impaired driving enforcement and a reduction in impaired driving will save lives on our roadways. Now therefore be it resolved that Howell Township declares its support for the Over the Limit, Under Arrest 2011 statewide crackdown from August 19th through September 5th, 2011, and pledges to increase awareness of the dangers of drinking and driving. For everyone, drinking and driving, we know, kills many people. Our chief is fully supportive of this. He has pledged that there will be officers on the road cracking down on drunk driving, not just on August 19th to September 5th, but all the time. He tries to keep Howell Township and the residents as safe as they can be at all times. And I think him and our police force do a tremendous job. So everybody participate and help out yourselves. If you're going to drink, don't drive. Lives are at stake. We have a presentation. The presentation is going to be from our Strategic Planning Committee. Who will be doing the presentation this evening for the Strategic Planning Committee?
Our chairwoman.
Oh, Mrs. Nowicki. Will you be assisting our Councilwoman Clark because you were the liaison?
I will be watching and enjoying every minute of it, and I think Mr. Cantor will be up, and I have the whole committees in the first and second row, which will be acknowledged later.
Okay. Would you come up, please?
And Mr. Okay, I was going to give you an acknowledgement.
Would you give us a little background, Mrs. Nowicki?
I would be more than happy to. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the honor of being appointed to and serving on this committee. I think that your foresight in creating such a committee of citizens to represent our town and planning our future, I think was very insightful of all of you, and I thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, Administration, and most importantly, my fellow citizens, welcome, and I hope everyone had a really good day. This is a PowerPoint presentation of the strategic plan. We have been working since early part of the year. We had certainly some downtime because of snow, but we came in on time and under budget.
You came in under zero?
Absolutely, sir. Next slide, please. We thought, because part of our research, this is not in your original document, but you will get a copy of the PowerPoint. we felt that we would share with you some of the research that we did in preparing to create this document. This is the population growth of 12.2% from 1990 to 2010. Next slide. And this is our age comparison. The state on your right, as well as Howell Township on your left. We also looked at race and ethnicity comparison, Howell, New Jersey, and the United States. And then we did a Howell Township comparison in the year 2000 on your left and 2010 on your right, and those are United States Census figures. We looked at our household incomes. And we also spent some time going over our Howell history.
Can
And-
everybody hear in the back?
Would you show that on the front screen so we can see it?
I'm not that good when it comes to projectors.
We certainly could, Steve.
Yeah, give us a second, we can.
Can you, Mr. Mayor, that would mean the council would have to come down?
Yes, I would gladly.
Yeah.
Well,
George,
Mr. Mayor,
our DPW director, come on up, George.
Mr. Mayor, I think you could stand on your chair.
Listen, you could use my back as a screen.
Okay. Is that going to stay there, Ben? Mr. Schlegel, could somebody maybe turn that first light off so the top of the slide could be seen better?
Go get it, it's outside.
Okay.
That's okay. I have very good peripheral vision.
That's, do we have a way to raise it up a little?
That's it. That's okay. Everybody see it?
Can everyone in the back see?
See it okay?
Yes. Okay. And now let me present for you our strategic plan. In perusing people who are much more linguistic than I am, I felt that this was very appropriate. Vision without action is merely a dream. Action without vision is just passing time. Vision with action can change the world, by Mr. Joel Barker. In defining strategic plan, we have researched, obviously, many different people's opinions, economists, government officials, and students and lecturers in government. And these are the two definitions that we felt we could utilize here in Howell to begin our endeavor. Throughout our plan, the ongoing focus is to protect our quality of life while facing what we all know is a very complicated future on many different levels. We began to define our stakeholders, which are Howell customers, served by the township. Those people include, but certainly not limited to, our residents, our farmers, our equestrian facilities, certainly our seniors, our commuters, our business owners, and any other taxpayers. Our plan has been developed by listening to the voice of those customers. In finally defining our plan, I think it's important that everyone realize that this is a consensus document, something very strange in the political arena, I know, but I can accept that. We did not always agree on every single item, but we felt strongly that we could work together and create this consensus document. We used the following. We used the township survey that Helene had presented with 456 respondents, and we also looked at the Monmouth County strategic plan as well as their survey. And interestingly, their survey respondents was somewhere around the number of 500. So we did very well in that respect. We looked at many other townships' plans, both for format and focus, and we did, in all of our discussions, we could find SWOT analysis, and by that I mean we would look at our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, and the threats to our township. And we did personal interviews with township committees as well as people in administration. The council will recognize this next slide as those issues that they presented in their resolution that created this committee. They wanted us to look at how to nurture a safe, healthy community to maintain a high quality of life, encourage fiscal responsibility, endorse and encourage environmental responsibility, administer effective communication, which we felt was extremely important, preserve and protect our cultural as well as heritage assets. Mrs. Smith, you'll like that. Enhance public safety, communicate with accountability and transparency, maintain uncompromised integrity through transparency, excite a new community spirit, and dispense outstanding customer-centric service by our employees. Our mission statement is simple. Howell Township will continue to be a great place to live, work, raise a family, as well as own your business. Howell Township will be a great place to be a student, farmer, as well as business partner. Our administration and council will strive towards excellence through transparency and implementing unsurpassed customer service. And our council will recognize its leadership role in its partnership with our citizens, business owners, and other governmental agencies. Our areas of focus: human resources, administration, financial, community spirit, health and safety, environment, planning and zoning boards, recreation, our boards of education, both the elementary and the regional high school district, senior services, farming, and equestrian communities that relate certainly to the resolution passed. The important points in human resources and administration: the purpose for them will be to provide unsurpassed customer service. Our expectations is that every customer deserves friendly transactions, coherent messages, and timely responses. And to plan that, we felt that they should gather input from the present employees on how to improve and streamline processes, ensuring that each employee is knowledgeable in their job responsibilities, provide our employees with the opportunity to shadow in other departments, and deliver ongoing enforcement of developed skills and the performance plan. Our employees will be a part of one team that will provide incredible service. Our employees will listen to and understand the concerns of their customers, our residents, in order to respectfully give efficient service and correct information. Efficiencies are needed in administration through consolidation and cross-training of employees, and we believe that technology will be a very valuable asset for you there. And to consolidate all of our services under one roof. Our employees will provide, and we will keep referring to customer-centric, it's very important to us, as one of their performance expectations. The employees will contribute to creating efficiencies and be recognized for offering unique ideas that are adapted. Many of the schools do this for children when they get A's. Many businesses do wow cards or other that would not be any cost to the township. We could utilize our Chamber of Commerce in that endeavor. And we ask that a customer-friendly handbook, both printed and web-based, detailing our government, administration, and department responsibilities. And included in that should be commonly used regulations, ordinances, and procedures to make it easier for our customers to enter into whatever they need from administration or the government. Continue to utilize and expand upon available technology to market our services and customer-centric expectations. Communication with the public must be proactive, streamlined, with accurate information and given in a respectful manner. Volunteer citizens will be recognized for their dedication, help, and the valuable time they give each one of us. Township committees and commissions will report annually to the council at regularly scheduled meetings to summarize their accomplishments. Develop and distribute a customer survey to evaluate each Howell Township customer transaction or interaction, and the reason being is that those surveys would be used to address any training needs. In the financial aspect, monitor our calculated annual growth rate with the objective of reducing our tax rate through execution of efficiencies and waste elimination. Encourage an appropriate mix of business and revenue sources to balance government spending and mitigate our property taxes. Recognize the taxpayers as stakeholders. Develop a council liaison with the Chamber of Commerce to enhance economic development. Research and implement shared services where beneficial to Howell. Encourage commercial ratables in appropriately designated zones. The Town Council and the CFO will vigilantly monitor fund balances, debt service, and the tax base to anticipate the often economic fluctuations of late. Develop and implement cash management best practices to provide liquidity and reasonable, safe rate of return for our taxpayers. This we had fun with. We felt that the council could create a positive brand identity for the Township of Howell by identifying common interests from our many, many varied diversities and engage the community to become one in our town, creating a unified spirit. One of the ways that was brought to our attention is that the graduate schools, both at Monmouth University as well at Rutgers, can certainly assist you in that endeavor, and that too would be a zero budget item. In light of the fact that I am a nurse, health and safety is very important to me as well. The committee, under consensus, would like to improve emergency response systems by coordinating our wonderful volunteer first aid squads with our Howell Township Police Department. We're also asking that the police ambulance squad be financially self-sufficient through appropriate billing and payment for services. And we ask, one of the ways you could possibly do that is to evaluate the benefit of hiring a part-time worker to administer that billing and collection. Promote proactive emergency notification to citizens, including our disabled citizens. Solicit citizen volunteers to teach health and safety, and you could request that through your blast emails and website solicitation. And it seems that the Senior Center has already undertaken very many of those teaching. Research and apply for grants to help fund public health and safety initiatives. Evaluate pedestrian and motor vehicle safety to identify accident reduction and opportunities. Research process and funding opportunities to implement emergency notification systems for our visually and auditory disabled citizens. Another focus area very important to this committee were that Howell Township's brooks, rivers, lakes, and land enhance our quality of life in a health, safety, and recreational way. And we wanted this awareness to be fortified in the planning and zoning board considerations. Develop strategies to identify environmentally sensitive lands as well as our endangered creatures, and implement programs to protect those indispensable resources. Encourage our employee arborists and tree experts to educate residents through formal education programs and website articles. Planning and zoning boards. The town council will publicly direct the master plan committee to consider and incorporate all ideas that represents the desires of the citizens of Howell. The zoning and planning boards will communicate with transparency with the public through the township website, and obviously in addition to any and all legal requirements. Maximize existing ordinance to control over development. Publicize a transparent permit and construction process for all development and redevelopment projects, most particularly those that are principally utilized by the citizens or customers of Howell. Provide customers seeking permits or construction advice with direct personal assistance. Monitor that accuracy, helpfulness, and quality of service through a questionnaire. Provide retraining based on those responses. And please review the 408 sewerage plan with our, pardon the typo, health and safety in mind for our futures and that of our children. We feel that all of our recreational activities should be financially self-sustaining. And one of the ways to do that would be to survey the township taxpayers to identify those desired programs to maximize participation. Conduct a customer survey after each event with each participant to evaluate and improve those recreational programs. Howell Parks and Recreation Department will post a schedule of available programs on the website. Investigate state and federal grants to enhance our available recreational offers. And please recognize our wonderful citizen volunteers who guide our children in many of the sporting events in Howell. With respect to our public school system, that of the elementary as well as the regional, please encourage regular, structured communication between the council and those boards of ed, acknowledging your common challenges, plan your resources, and improve collaboration to best serve our parents and certainly our pupils, which is our future. And analyze opportunities to continue with shared services and leverage common resources. Our wonderful senior program will, I'm sure, continue to research grant funding to augment our programs, solicit volunteers to assist with educational programs, establish a township liaison with the Monmouth County Medicare and Medicaid offices to assist in preparing and submitting applications, and be very proactive in getting current information because their world is forever changing from the perspective of healthcare and insurance. With respect to our farmers, encourage the peaceful and legal farming and equestrian activities without unnecessary outside interferences. Recognize and follow the right to farm ordinance. Consider and implement recommendations made by the Environmental Commission, Preservation Task Force, and our Farmers Advisory Council. They were very helpful to us. Develop a rapport with the farming community by communicating regularly with the Farmers Advisory Committee. Reach out to private farm and equestrian enterprises such as the Granges. They too can be a wealth of information for educational opportunities for our adults as well as our children. And in closing, if you always do what you always did, you will always get what you always got. My friend, Mr. Barker, again. I would like to thank the council for having the wisdom to create this committee. I would like to certainly thank all of the volunteers who spent countless hours in meetings, preparation on their own times at home, and analysis to create this recommendation. These citizens are myself, Marcy Nowicki, the chairperson, Susan Clark, our council liaison, Sal Renfola, Grace Abramoff, Brian Tannenhouse, Paul Schneider, Elizabeth Crombie, and Glenn Cantor. I would also be terribly remiss if I didn't thank the Rent Control Board, Lake Restoration Wildlife Committee, Shade Tree Commission, Preservation Task Force, and the Howell Township Chamber of Commerce for all of their insight and wisdom that they shared with us. Special thanks to Kristen Henderson of the Manager's Office for her typing the document that the council has received tonight. Thank you. Take a deep breath, we're done. So done. Thank you, guys.
Georgie, where those lights, George? No, I don't touch electric, Georgie. Got my cup of tea.
I would just like to take a moment to personally thank everybody on this committee. For me, as a council person, coming to a lot of the meetings and hearing a lot of the things that people are concerned in this community, this was an opportunity for a lot of the members to come up with some really good proactive solutions. And everyone had a very different perspective, and I just want to thank you all for all the time. The mayor has, I want to have you all come up, and I'd like to personally acknowledge each one of you for your time and effort. This was a lot of work. We met sometimes through snowstorms, through some rainstorms, but you know what? This is exactly what all of the committee people that meet do on a regular basis. And I'm hoping that as we move forward, one of the recommendations that we will do as council is continue to do this with all of the members and all of the volunteers in the community, because I certainly realize and recognize that there are people in this community that spend so much time and give us so much great information. I want to thank you personally for that tonight. That being said, I'm going to turn it over to the mayor. Yes, we're going to do that at the conclusion, but first I want to acknowledge all of you. Go ahead.
Certificate of appreciation. Appreciation for your dedication and diligence for participating in Howell Township Strategic Planning Committee. I know this person will treasure this. Presented with gratitude on behalf of the town council the 16th day of August 2011. And it's signed by me, Mrs. Nowicki, Robert Francis Walsh.
Signed by Susan or somebody else. Thank you.
Also, stay up here in case someone else takes a picture. Paul Schneider, please come up, Paul.
Thank you for all your work. I appreciate it.
Still suspenders. Grace Abramov, come on, Grace.
This is for all the grief that I give you. Thank you.
I signed it for you, Grace,
Thank you.
twice.
I'm going to use it on a check
And I think
tomorrow.
we've got the spelling right.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me give you the account number.
Yeah, right. As long as it's a good check.
Sal and Fowler.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Brian Tannenhouse.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Glenn Cantor. Come on up, Glenn.
Last but not least.
Elizabeth Crombie.
Again, I just want to thank everybody, if everyone can come up. This is, I hope, a document that won't just be put on a shelf, that will be a direction for us in the future to continue to look at things in a very positive light. And I do think that some of the things, listen, some of the things that we've heard from the community were positive about some communication, some things that we've been doing right. We certainly heard some things that we could be doing better. So thank you all again to all the committee people and for all the individuals who participated, and I really appreciate it. And I personally enjoyed this just tremendously. Thank you.
George, I didn't need you. I had Councilwoman Clark.
Just to end, we are going to have, in addition to the PowerPoint, we also have a formal, lengthier report that we're going to be presenting to council. I would ask that you all review it, and I would ask that we consider placing it on our website if everyone's in agreement after they review it.
I'd just like to also add, I think you did a tremendous job. It was obviously very in-depth. A lot of time was spent, a lot of thought, and I sure appreciate personally the commitment you have to the citizens of Howell Township. And your suggestions will be, I would like them to be answered. I mean, me personally, I want to look at them and see what I think we're doing real good, what we need to improve on, and where we need to go into the future. Governing body's a working document like many things. It can always be improved. It's an ever-changing world. And I could tell from that PowerPoint that there was a lot of effort put in, a lot of thought. It really is appreciated. We do have a lot of people in Howell Township that give of themselves on different boards and different committees. And I think this was a very good suggestion when we first started it. And after seeing some of the work that was done, I think it was an even better suggestion. It doesn't always happen. So thank you very much for your time, your effort, your concern, and giving of yourself for the people of Howell Township. Anybody else in the governing body?
Just thank you very much.
Great job.
All right, we're going to go straight to hearing of citizens. Hearing of citizens is going to be for 1 hour. I'm going to ask everybody if they could try to be respectful, try to keep it short. I do have a list here of 22 people. Barbara Dixell. Do I have to open the meeting? Nah. I won't be yelled at. State your name and address, please, for the
Yes,
record.
thank you. Barbara Dixell, Freehold, Howell Township, Monmouth County. Oops. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. A group of us, local folk, formed the committee called RAGE, Residents Against Global Entity. We met several times and drafted a petition that read, "We, the undersigned, are opposed to the purchase of the global building for use as the Howell Township Municipal Building. We, the undersigned, petition the Howell Township Council to submit the following question to the voters of Howell for a non-binding referendum on the November 2011 general election ballot. Shall the global building be purchased for use as the Howell Township Municipal Building?" Our group collected 1,115 signatures. I went to see Bertha Summick of the Board of County Clerk's Office Board of Elections. We pulled a resolution from another township that would fit our needs. I went home and put our language on it on my computer and then took it back, and Mrs. Summick said it was fine. She gave me a copy of the law. When a governing body of a municipality or county, upon any question or policy pertaining to the government or internal affairs thereof, and there is no other statute by which the sentiment can be ascertained by the submission of such a question to a vote of the electors in the municipality or county at any election to be held therein, the governing body may adopt at any time at a regular meeting an ordinance or a resolution requesting the clerk of the county to print upon the official ballots to be used at the next ensuing general election a certain proposition to be formulated and expressed in an ordinance or resolution in concise form. Such a request shall be filed with the clerk of the county not later than 81 days previous to the election. Mrs. Summick must have the approved resolution by August 19th in order for it to be on the ballot in November, on November 8th, 2011. She explained that a non-binding referendum question, you do not need 10% of the electors from the previous election. It is a non-binding referendum and is the sentiment of the people. Per Mrs. Summick, the signatures do not have to be checked. Okay, I'm going to read the resolution and then I'll finish. Okay. Resolution of the mayor and council of the Township of Howell to place a non-binding referendum question on the November 8th, 2011 general election ballot. Whereas NJSA 19:37-1 authorizes the governing body of any municipality to submit to the voters a non-binding referendum to ascertain public sentiment on an issue of public concern and governs the procedures on same. And whereas NJSA 1930:37-5 requires that in order to submit such a non-binding referendum, a municipality must pass a resolution declaring its desire to submit such a question to the public on the next general election ballot. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the Township of Howell that the following question be submitted to the voters of the Township of Howell at the general election to be held on November 8th, 2011. Shall the global building be purchased for use as the Howell Township Municipal Building? Be it further resolved that the municipal clerk is hereby authorized and directed to forward and to file this non-binding referendum resolution with the county clerk for submission to the Township of Howell voters on November 8th, 2011, a general election. A copy of this resolution shall be retained by the Howell Township clerk for public inspection. And then
Mayor, it's been 4 minutes.
I'm sorry, I'd like to finish if it's possible. And then it says on the bottom, offered, seconded, and the vote, for the vote of the council. All right, let me just finish this. It's very short. I'm sorry. All right, we turned in 700 signatures on July 28th to Bruce Davis. We turned in the rest of the signatures on August 1st. Bruce Davis not only stamped and verified what we gave him, he also stamped in all copies page by page. We also sent an email to the governing body asking that we may present our resolution to the council. In addition, we sent a copy of all documents to every member of the council. I asked Mrs. Schlegel to allow us time at the beginning of the meeting to speak. Members of the governing body, we are asking you to vote to approve our resolution tonight and to send it to Bertha Summick by August 19th deadline so she can have it on the November election ballot in time so that the citizens of Howell can exercise their constitutional rights to be able to vote on the global building question. Shall the global building be purchased for use as the Howell Township Municipal Building? Please hold off buying the global for a few months, and please give us the right to vote on the global building. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, keep it down. Carol Reed. Carol Reed.
Put my name on the list, Mayor. I arrived a little late, please. Thank you.
Hold on. Put everything over to the attorney. State your name and address, please, for the record.
Carol Reed, 172 Fort Plains Road. I wanted to bring up the different inspection reports as far as global was concerned. There were 4 of them: the electrical, the plumbing, the fire bureau, and the construction. Since I only have 5 minutes, is that all I have?
Yes?
Okay, well, then I'm going to pick and choose what I talk about. First of all, the 7A.52 on the consent agenda for the purchase of the global building should be a separate vote. As a member of RAGE, like Mrs. Dixell, I'm against this purchase of a commercial tenement building. Give the people the right to vote on the ballot in November. Okay, I'm going to talk about the electrical inspection. The most important one was number 19, the first floor on that, I have the thing, the visual inspection of the global building, number 19. First floor south side electric room panel, RP1B, has too many breakers in it. Also, there was another one with the same issue. Let's see if I can find it. Number 11, panel RPA 120-2208, has too many breakers in panel. This is a serious issue. Also, on 26, no lightning protection on the building. It means you would have to go around the whole building, the 3 buildings, and it would be expensive. There's no lightning rods anywhere. The exhaust fan in the garage is not working. With cars in the garage, people could die. Handicap controls for back, on number 31, handicap controls for back door are removed with wiring shoved in the wall. That's the electrical inspection. The construction report, which is from Mr. Gary Bertolo. The exterior, water runs on number F, water run off of front arc needs to be diverted from walkway, causes ice and water ponding. Dry wells will be needed and they are expensive. The south, number H, south side handrails are too low, do not meet the code of 34 to 38 inches and need to be painted. They don't need to be painted, but they need to be replaced, and it's also expensive. Roof, A, appears to be leaks at penetrations for air-conditioned units. Roof has to be redesigned, which is very expensive. If it's a flat roof, I have a flat roof in my garage, and you have to redo the whole roof. Rusted, number B, rusted steel support at canopies. C, no lighting protection on the roof. The garage, number F, number C, craft paper insulation not allowed in 2B buildings. Craft paper is flammable. Number F, fireproofing peeling off in some places on the steel structure. That's what happened in 9/11. Number H, garage exhaust system not working.
Sit down, please.
Barrier free. B, only one entrance is handicap accessible out of 4, the rear one.
Mayor, it's been 4 minutes.
Common areas, signs of roof leaking, number B. D, some door closures missing, to replace cost and labor for each one will be expensive if you keep adding on. Okay, that's construction. On the interior second floor, B, sign of roof leaks, ceiling tile stained, possible mold because of leaks. When it leaks from the side walls, from the walls down the sheetrock, you could have mold there if it's been going on a long time. And at the end of the thing it said, note, not all rooms were available for inspection. Third one, plumbing. The first floor, there's a lot of handicap bathroom problems. Men's room door for handicap water closet stall swings in the wrong direction and was installed backwards. The same for the women's. You would also, the toilets would have to be replaced. The second floor bathroom on the ladies' room. The pressure assisted water closet leaks between tank and the bowl.
Mayor, 5 minutes.
Can I finish?
No, ma'am. Would you like to just sum it up, whatever you'd like to say?
Okay. The reason I'm listing all of these is saying there's a lot of problems with this building. And these are our own inspectors. They were not allowed all the way through the building. Some rooms they weren't able to get into. So we have multiple, you said 1.6 million to fix the building up. I believe it'll be more than that if you have a contractor go through this place and try to update it for handicap accessible and for BOCA code.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Reed.
And also, we the
Art
people,
Olson.
this is your literature. Give us the vote.
Okay. Art Olson. Good evening, sir. Please state your name and address for the record into the mic, please.
Art Olson, 161 Squonkam, Yellowbrook Road, Farmingdale.
How do you do, sir?
I'd like to comment on the state of the culture in our township. Our first encounter was a couple years ago over the high school. Our granddaughter was attending Howell High, and she had a part in a play, and she wished my wife and I to go.
You have to speak closer to the mic so they can hear you in the back, sir. I'm sorry.
Start over again?
Yes, please.
I'd like to talk about the present-day situation of the culture and the decay of it in this town, of what we've witnessed, my wife and I. My granddaughter was going, or our granddaughter was going to Howell High School, and she had a part in a play. It was Chicago. Now, we've never seen the play. We've never seen the movie. We weren't familiar with it. But we had to stay. We weren't prepared for the language or the sexual expression. We were embarrassed. We're not prudes or anything like that. But if we're out in a bar or a tavern and we're in mixed company or adult company, life goes on. But I was so upset that I went to the principal's office the next day. And as I was discussing the play to him in his office, I deliberately used some of the language that my wife and I had witnessed the night before. He interrupted me and said, "Please, if you're going to talk like that, we got to close the door." My point was made. Then we saw a bulletin a couple weeks ago from you, Mr. Mayor, and City Council about Fun Flick to come out on a family fun night and watch a flick. The Fockers. The first 20 minutes of the movie were about erectile dysfunction, penis enlargement, self-masturbation, and sexual activity. There were 2 cuss words within the first 20 minutes, so we left. We're not prudes, but this is family night. I don't talk like this in my home. I don't talk like this in front of my kids. There were a lot of kids there, a lot of them under 11 years old. They were with their parents. No big deal, that's up to them. But there's something wrong with this picture. And this is our tax dollars that's putting this on. And I'd like you, Mr. Mayor, to find out who had the authority to even schedule that movie. There should be some thought process, especially if it's going to be called a fun night, family fun night. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much.
Yes.
Judith Ann Luce.
Good evening. Judith Luce, 201 Georgia Tavern Road, Howell Township. I just wanted to agree with what Barbara Dixell had to say. I think that the global building should be put on the ballot in November. I found it very interesting about the strategic plan tonight. It was very well presented. And what I picked up on was that it wanted the participation of the citizens, and I think this would give the citizens of Howell a great opportunity to participate in whether they want to go ahead with that global building or not. I personally, from experience working for the federal government, I worked in the building that was in Tinton Falls, watched a similar situation with an older building that they built. They leased it to the federal government for 25 years. It wasn't built that well. The federal government finally decided it didn't want to lease it anymore, so they left, and the people thought they could rent the space. Well, because the building wasn't built well to start with, they got a couple, and the location was terrible. They didn't get people to rent the building, and it stayed vacant for years and years and years and was finally just recently took down. And that's basically all I wanted to say. I think we should give our citizens the chance to vote on it in November, whether they really want this building or not. I think the property that we have here is a much better location and goes along with where the police department and the library is located. If it had to be done piecemeal instead of all at once, I think that's a much better choice, and I think you still have to clean up this building with the asbestos or whatever the problems are in this building. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Rick Reagan.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to defer to item 7C3.
Mayor, he's on for discussion.
Solar.
Thank you.
So you want to speak later?
Yes, sir.
He's on the agenda, or the subject is on the agenda.
I'll decide then if he can speak. He can speak. Grace Abramoff. Good evening, Grace.
Good evening. Grace Abramoff, 26 Glenmore Road. Before I start, I don't want this to count in my 3 minutes because I didn't get a response to my email. Did you all receive my email today about Governor Christie allotting $10 million to preservation of historical sites? Helene, can you ask, I don't know how that came about. Do you know any of the background of that?
No, I do not. But I know back in May we had a discussion regarding another grant, not from the state, but from, I believe, it had to do with, you had asked me about
Right.
Georgian Court and whatever.
Mhm.
And at that time, although, you know, the building has meaning to a lot of our residents because of the renovations and the changes that were made, it does not meet the historical it does not meet the requirements
For SHPO.
Right.
Right. I understand that, but I didn't.
Of a historical building.
I didn't know how Governor Christie picked and how that whole process came about. And it would have been interesting that, you know, being that we do have this building and it is in danger, however you want to look at it, that would have been a good opportunity for us to seek funds for this building, because even though it may have been renovated over the years, which we all know it has been, it still has historical value for what it was originally set out to be. That's part one. Part two, as far as your historical preservation committee, if you go to Freehold Township and talk to Cheryl Cook, she has a very well-run historical society program in Freehold Township, and she would be a wealth of information for this town. She's involved with all the schools restorating all the schools in Freehold Township. She did the Oakley Farm. She's a wealth of information, and I think that she could be a valuable asset to a committee if you're thinking of drawing up one. Now to the reason why I'm here. I guess you know why I'm here. Over the past several months with the global building, we have been assured that the $6.9 million was the threshold. I have been told this numerous times here and on record, and your minutes are not verbatim, so you have to go back and you have to listen to the tapes. I was told on several occasions, both here and in other locales, that if it wasn't $6.9 million, this was a dead deal. The way I figured out my numbers according to the Birdsall report, and over a 10-year period of time, we are close to $1 million over budget.
You just said over a 10-year period of time?
Right, because you have a projection from 1 to 5 and then 5 to 10, plus the purchase price, plus the soft cost, plus the immediate that word. And that all comes to 7.8 million. Subtract the 6.9, so we're roughly in over $1 million. I'd like to read a few article quotes from 4/15/2010 from the Tri-Town News. And I know you can't always believe what you read in the papers, but these are direct quotes. Mayor, you had said even at that time that there would be $2 million needed to renovate this global building. That $2 million plus the 5.23 is the $7 million over. On July 15th, 2010, again, the Tri-Town News, the mayor was quoted as saying, this is a very viable option. We are going to be able to get that pristine property for $3 million. It's something I don't think we can pass up.
Who said that?
You.
I'm not, hold on, just so you know for the record,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not buying that one.
Oh, I know you're not buying that one because that global building is not pristine.
Just because somebody wrote it, okay?
Listen, I know we're fighting a lost cause, and we have to have some humor in it. I've nagged you all along. I've made 2 enemies of very close and dear friends that I supported.
Friends before
No,
us?
not you. Although, you know what, Mr. Walsh, I think you and I could be very good friends.
Maybe in the next life.
Next time around. Okay. And then to Mr. Nicastro, who promised me time and time again, Grace, if it's not 6.9, it's not a deal. And he also said in the Tri-Town News on March 10th, 2011, I would not bond or raise the taxpayers' dollars to move. Okay, if we're going to be almost $1 million over, how are we going to pay for this building if you don't raise taxes, or you don't bond, or you don't manipulate the books? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Grace. Stephen Johnson. Absolutely, sir. You just don't want me touching something could get broken.
Right there. That one.
I have a copy of my,
Johnson, could you flip those things? We can't see them too low. If you can flip them on the top, is that? I'll get it.
okay, thank you.
Thanks for not asking me, Zig. Could have been some issues up there. Benny, put it up higher. Oh, you are.
Vinny, why don't you just stand in front and everybody can see you?
All right, Mr. Johnson, a minute and a half is up.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor and the council members. My name is Stephen Johnson of Brickyard Road in Howell Township, a resident of 20-plus years. I'm here tonight to address the town council on their proposed purchase of the Global Building on Route 9 in Howell. First, let me compliment the council and the administration on the due diligence you have taken in evaluating many problems you face and the three most basic options you've studied to address those stated problems. Over the last 10 to 15 years, several prior town councils and administrations have been unable to reach viable conclusion and address these issues. Doing nothing is no longer an option. Let me state that I offer my thoughts as a taxpayer, a former professional public servant, and a volunteer of 20 years in county and municipal government, and as a former professional corporate employee and executive of over 30 years in insurance, manufacturing, distribution, computer consulting. My approach is constructive rather than critical of any effort by the council to address these potentially costly and dangerous problems for our community. The problem, as I understand it, is the town is faced with a combined economic crunch and a severe deterioration and associated inefficiencies of 6 of their near 100-year-old physical buildings, which presently house administration, finance, EPC, Parks and Recreation, Fire Bureau, plus the tax assessor and the food pantry, the PAL, and the VFW. These buildings have been deteriorating due to a lack of past funds for maintenance, which can result in the failure to meet current building codes, safety codes, ADA codes, and as a result, the council has again undertaken a study to address those through three possible options related in the Neville report. Option 1 is listed on the top of that first board. For renovations and additions to the existing administration building, this building here is estimated to cost between $11.6 and $12.4 million, plus up to another $3 million for sewer, water, and electrical service upgrades to this facility, plus logistics of over 63 weeks to accomplish that option. And that would be disruptive to the public. It would be disruptive to the employees of this site. They'd have to be moved out, so there would be numerous costs. So that's very expensive. Option 2, build a new municipal building. In other words, replace this building on the current site and include space for Option 1 staff from the 5 other buildings. Estimated cost of that is $13.3 million to $14 million, plus another $3 million for sewer, water, and electrical service upgrades, plus the logistics of 73 weeks to accomplish that objective. Option 3, relocate existing services to an existing alternate facility in the township. In other words, the facility on Route 9 that everybody's talking about this evening. The estimated cost is between $6.7 and $6.9 million. The council has taken the position that they will not raise taxes or do an additional bonding to address these problems, a position that appears to be addressed by Option 3. So let's dig a little deeper on Option 3. There's existing capital funds available totaling $6.9 million. The purchase price of the global building is currently at $5.265 million. That leaves a net amount of money, capital funds, for repairs, renovations, and the move to the global building of $1.635 million. The Birdsall report has identified over $2 million in repairs, renovations, and operating improvements to the global building, but not all of these need to be done on day one. The cost breakdown of day one is only $1.2 million. The costs in operating years 1 through 5 are less than $600,000. And the costs in operating years 6 through 10 are less than $300,000. Other efficiencies from a consolidated facility are centralized services to the public, less infrastructure to maintain, in other words, 1 building instead of 6 buildings, the possible sale of the assessor's building and the food pantry building, adding potential rateable. If the town buys global and loses the current rateable on that building, approximately $150,000 per year in taxes, how will they make that up? My understanding is that there are current tenants that pay rent and a potential of up to $450,000 a year if the full 445,000 square feet is rented out. That clearly covers the rateable reduction.
Excuse me, Mayor, it's been 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm almost done. I'm going to summarize here. Given the information and communications I have had with the council and the administration, along with my own building inspections, which I've observed, and my own observations, and I've been through some of these buildings, including the one on Route 9, I recommend or conclude that the council should proceed with option 3 as the best alternative with the existing monies that they have here at the town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. John Costigan.
Was that applause for me or for Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson. Oh, good. I concur.
For you, Mr. Costigan,
I agree.
personally.
I just have to ask the hard questions. John Costigan, 214 Birdsall Road. The last time I was up before the council, if I remember that far back, I mentioned that I am in favor of moving to the global building. I think that's the only viable answer to what we have before us as far as crumbling infrastructures. So I want to make that clear. I also mentioned that I did an unscientific averaging of the number of households and how much $6 million would cost if you were to build another building here and do all that you had to do on the $13 million. So that $6 million over what you're paying for the global building would come out to an average of $350 a household in this township just on the municipal tax. So that's a lot of money when you keep paying it year in and year out. So I did a little bit more research since that time, and I came across a study by architects Huntington Larson in October 1st of 1973. They were engaged by this township to go through all the buildings that we have in a township for our municipal government. And that's almost 40 years ago, 1973. And what they said, and I quote from the report, though the pre-Victorian buildings are well constructed, recreation building accepted, they have long since served their usefulness since their design and construction contemplated a 40 to 50 year life. In our experienced opinion, and they underline this, they are expendable. The hospital building, now used as the municipal administrative office, is in fair condition, but as in the case of many things temporary, it should not be permitted to acquire permanency. Buildings are designed to fulfill the needs of a particular function or a multiple of related functions, but when used for purposes other than those for which they are designed, become inefficient and costly. Again, this is 1973. That's almost 40 years ago. Municipal building. The municipal building, as previously stated, was designed for another purpose, Children's Isolation Hospital, and as such has many drawbacks, etc. Besides, this building has reached the point of economical non-return. Being over 60 years old, this building should become an expendable facility in the future. That's a C timetable, but we'll get to that. Recreation building, as previously stated, this building, though less than 20 years old, was very poorly constructed, and to effect its integration into any long-term range maintenance-free complex would be extremely rash. Recommendations and timetable. It is our opinion that effectuation of this feasibility study should start immediately, putting into motion all paperwork. Pass a resolution naming the architect to prepare plans and specifications for a new municipal building on the pre-Ventorium site according to population growth. And at that time, we had a population growth of 25,000. We now have over 50,000. According to population growth, the building of 30,000 square feet should be built. So that's what.
Down, please.
That was the recommendation almost 40 years ago by people that prior council asked to do a study.
Except this building was never used as a hospital.
Mayor,
No,
it's
no,
been
but-
4 minutes.
Okay.
I gotta use my time, Mrs. Smith. I'll use it wisely. And I'll just say this. I commend all of the council people up here tonight because you've all done your due diligence and you've advocated for your cause. I think you all did it honestly. Every one of you did it honestly and to the best of your ability. And now it's time where the rubber hits the road, and I would hope that you would consider voting unanimously, if possible, for acquisition of the Global Building, because it's the only thing. The taxpayers in this township are hurting, and that's a fact. I see all the foreclosure signs and the for sale signs in this township. Those that may want to put a little bit more in, and you know what? I put a little bit more into the town coffers because I can still afford it now. Maybe next year, the year after, I won't. But I thank you for your time. You all did your work, your due diligence, and let it happen. Thank you.
Mr. Koskin. Joe Buzio.
I have something written down, but I probably won't look at it.
You don't need to, sir. I've heard you talk before.
Joseph Buzio, 21 Sunnyside Road. Short and sweet. I think this is a great project. I think you people should vote on this. It's going to be an asset to the community. If you look at the numbers, it's a no-brainer. It really is, and you need to go forward with this. On the other hand, this is a historical piece of property, and perhaps in the future you should find a way to preserve this piece of property. I'm not saying to use it for what it's being used now. It's seen its time. It needs to be moved on. Everything retires, and the new comes in. That's what I have to say. Please vote yes on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Gene Shroud? Shroud, I'm sorry. Name and address, please, for the record.
Jean Schroen, Vienna Road, Howell. That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm here to speak on the acquisition of the Global Building on Route 9. The current committee feels there is no opposition to this acquisition. Did they speak to the people in my neighborhood? Obviously not. Everyone I spoke to said they were opposed to this purchase. That is 100% of my neighbors signed the petition for the ballot to have a question on this purchase in November. The people I spoke with also voiced an opinion of opposition. Although petitions were circulated, only a limited amount of time was allowed to collect these signatures so that a question could be placed on the ballot in November disclosing the full extent of this acquisition, costs, code violations, etc., so that the voters of Howell could make an informed decision on this purchase. However, these petitions were quickly collected without a reasonable amount of time to circulate them, leaving many in Howell without a voice. Despite your best effort to quiet us, approximately 1,000 signatures were collected for this question. Why won't you disclose all of the information about this purchase to the voters of Howell? What are you trying to hide? The way in which you have placed this on the agenda tonight tells me the decision on this acquisition has already been made. Won't there be a separate hearing on this purchase for the people of Howell to address? And if not, why? Because my understanding is the money for this purchase is bonded for waiting to be spent. I also understand there is no resolution on the purchase of the Pinnacle property, the reason this money was originally bonded. If this is true and the money is spent on the Global Building, where does the money for the Pinnacle property come from? Who stands to gain by this? The people of Howell, who are already burdened with yet another cost of living in this wonderful township? Shame on the officials we elected to act in our best interest. It's business as usual in Howell. The people we elect come and go with their own agenda despite the needs of the community they are representing. Do our voices fall again on deaf ears? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ken French.
Ken French, 11 Pepperidge Road. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. French.
I just want to put on the record that I am for the purchase of the Global Building. I don't have too much more to say because Mr. Johnson did an excellent job. I think that it is true that we've gotten to the point where doing nothing is not really a viable option. I happen to like that building. When I first went to open...
Please, whoa, come on. Everybody be respectful.
When I went to open an office, actually start a new company in Howell in 1991, I actually looked at that building, but that is 1,000 square foot minimum, so I couldn't afford it. So I actually ended up at 205 Highway 9, and I think I was there before you were, Mr. Walsh. Nate Walsh, sorry. At any rate, I am for the building. I think it's a nice-looking building. And I will say that I've heard a lot about this petition. If you're going to have a petition, you'd have to have the proper options. It seems to have been designed to come up with a no answer. If it was any reason to have a referendum, if you gave the people this information, 6.9 opposed to all these higher numbers, the problem is that people would vote for the Global Building. And to design a petition that doesn't give the people all the information isn't right either. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Janet Coakley.
Thank you for getting, thank you for getting my name right this time.
I don't ever do that on purpose. It's just
Of course not, no. Just starting off with a laugh, that's all.
I went to English with the Little Rascals.
I, again, want to remind you that I vote for option 4, which is to renovate the buildings that we have, spend the money that we have on those buildings. The Global Building was a bargain, that it was originally offered for sale at about $14 million, and now because of the state of the economy, the value has been reduced to what we apparently are preparing to purchase it for at $5.265 million. But I don't see anybody else jumping on that. I don't think there were any competitive bidders. That's not what I've heard. Nobody else was interested in that building. It's been sitting there for a long time. So the question is whether that's really an economical cost for that building.
Okay.
Now, Birdsall did a property, at your request, did a property condition assessment.
Whose request?
I'm sorry?
At whose request?
At the council's request. I don't mean personally. They've identified $1.2 million of immediate repairs that are required and $1.8 million within 5 years. That's in spite of the fact that they did not do a complete survey, by their own words, of ADA compliance, building codes, and zoning. It does not include all the issues that were already identified in other inspections that were done. There were 32 electrical subcode violations that were found by the township itself, 20 plumbing violations, 49 construction subcode violations, and 6 fire violations. And that's with all the rooms not having been inspected. Some of the identified issues aren't accounted for in the estimates that are being provided by Birdsall for the cost to do the repairs. Some of those, just selecting a few, and that's all I'm doing in the interest of time, the craft paper insulation, the fireproofing that's peeling from the structural members, and there were 3 missing backflow preventers, but they were only proposing to put in 1 of them, of the required 3. There are problems with the electrical breaker panels that was already addressed by the previous speaker. So the costs are significantly higher than what's been stated. And again, I'm being very selective in what I'm saying. The lists are very extensive of the problems that are there that are not in the cost estimate. There are also costs that are being ignored for the remediation of these buildings. You can't demolish them without addressing some of these issues. You can't sell them without addressing some of the issues. So whether you remain in them or not, you still have to repair them, at least to some degree. There are also many assumptions being made that Global was constructed according to the Boca Code. And it says throughout one section of the report, the assumption was it was constructed according to the code. The assumption was. So I wouldn't make that same assumption personally. I mean, a lot of the work that was done at the site was done without permits, without inspections. They weren't following proper process. Who said they constructed the building according to proper code? An example, because you're looking a little skeptical, is most of the AC units weren't even secured to the roof, nor did they provide vibration isolators. Additionally, there's equipment that's designated to be replaced in more than 5 years, or within 5 years. And that likely needs to be done sooner. The boilers are undersized, and replacement of the boilers are estimated to cost $125,000. Well, you're going to be mighty cold for 5 years. The McQuay AC units are designated to be in fair or poor condition, but they're all at $450,000 to replace them, but they're not supposed to be replaced for about 5 years. The mold, I got the mold report from Helene. Thank you, Helene. However, it specifically stated that it was a casual visual inspection. There wasn't any attempt to cut holes in the gypsum board. There wasn't any attempt to look for hidden mold. If they saw it on a ceiling tile, if they saw it on a rug, they reported it.
Mayor, it's been 4 minutes.
That is not a sufficient inspection for mold. I've had many a hole cut into a wall to look for mold behind the gypsum board. The Asbury Park Press article listed a number of things that were concerns for the existing buildings. And they included that the paneling was not fire treated. So remove it. Simple. There are openings that run from the building basement to the second floor, and that could allow the spread of fire. It's called fire stop. You just stick it in the holes. It's an easy thing to do. We do it all the time. The building is not ADA compliant. Well, neither is Global. There's issues with the handrails. There's issues with the kitchens. There's issues with the countertops. There's issues with the restrooms. There are issues, the concern was expressed for cracked rafters. Fix them. You can put sleepers against them. It's an easy thing to do. And then the lead. Okay. This is a more significant issue. I'll grant you that, lead paint. But I just removed the lead paint from a 36 by 50 foot barn as an individual, did it properly, stripped it down, and replaced the paint. So I am not sure that this is really a difficult thing for this township to do.
Mayor, 5 minutes.
I'll sum up very quickly. I'm repeating, option 4 is the correct solution. Let's spend that money to repair these buildings the way they should be repaired, the way they should have been maintained, and we won't have to spend all this money to buy a building that's out on a highway and is difficult to access.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Paulette Pradow. Paulette?
Yes, she does.
It's okay. Anybody's free to speak here. It doesn't make a difference where they're from.
I've got news for you.
It doesn't make a difference to me, ma'am. It's okay.
I live in Howell.
Anybody can speak. It doesn't make a difference to me.
This one?
Wherever you'd like to sit.
On my butt.
Name and address, please, for the record.
Paulette Brado, like the window, 29 Jefferson Street, Howell.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Currently, the Global building is A-rateable, and I understand the taxes are being paid. We lose that if we purchase the building.
Yes, we do.
I don't know what the dollar figure is in the loss of that as a rateable.
I think it's about, with the reduction, about $180,000 a year.
Okay.
Approximately.
The meeting rooms do not meet capacity for our use. They only hold 55 people at a time.
What?
The meeting rooms only have a capacity of 55. I'm sure this is representation is more than 55 people, and they're not all here for the same reason, okay? You have limited access from all compass points. In order to get into that driveway from the north, you have to go through Sonic. You have to go through the drive around, the U-turn there in Kmart, the Sonic and PNC Bank. You have to go through all that rigmarole coming from the north to go south, to turn around, to go up at a sharp angle, and there's only one entrance on Route 9. Route 9 will never be Main Street Howell. If that's what you're looking for, is an identification of a Main Street, Global does not provide that.
No, Global destroys it.
Beg pardon?
Councilwoman.
It destroys it, in my opinion.
Okay, Councilwoman. Go ahead.
Okay, if we move there, we lose the 9/11 Memorial, the Senior Citizens Building, the schoolhouse, and any other memorials that have been instituted, like flowering areas have been named after certain people. I believe there are some trees with plaques on them for past heroes. So we lose all of that. And when it comes to the Pinnacle property, other administrations have made grandiose efforts to make that a complex. Still no Main Street, okay? There are 55,000 residents in Howell. Approximately 10,000 are children in school or preschool children, age children, leaving 45,000 eligible voters. There are 34 registered voters in Howell, 34,000, thousand, okay? You are taking away any effort of those 34,000 people to make a decision about this community. Many of those 55,000 people have been here for generations. A little farm here, a little farm there, blah, 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 blah. And you're taking away their heritage. Previous administrations have renovated this building to look like a doctor's office. There is none of the historical items that were here originally. We don't even know where some of them went. The showcase out front honoring our fire and first aid and police, gone. It's full of junk. All those trophies and everything that these people have earned and remember their family members. We have so much spread in this area that it is impossible to duplicate that unless somebody here wants to pick up the 9/11 memorial and walk it over, okay? The Global building is such a high elevation. I would like to see how our public works people are going to manage snow removal.
Mayor, it's been 4 minutes.
Okay, and the only advantage, I don't even think the fire trucks can make it up that hill. My main concern is who has been responsible all this time for maintaining this building and correcting the infractions that go along with the buildings on this premises. You want to move the library there. We have a beautiful library. There is no reason to relocate it. The Global building has never been fully occupied with offices. You will not.
Keep it down.
you will not defer the cost of this global building by renting out offices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Paul Schneider. Good evening, Mr. Schneider.
Good evening. In my 47 years as a resident and being involved in township affairs, there have been many important decisions made for the future. I think you're doing the right thing for the future of Howell Township by purchasing the global building. Not only is it an impressive building, it does have easy access. I've lived off of Route 9 for 47 years. I've never had a problem in that area as far as traffic is concerned. I've heard all kinds of statements about it. I think that's just a negative. You're doing the right thing. You're looking forward toward the future, and that's what you have to do. You have no alternative. I applaud you for making a very tough decision.
Thank you. Kathy Gillis. Kathy? Cochise Doucette. What? No, there was nobody.
Good evening, Cochise Doucette, 180 Seton Hall Drive, Freehold, New Jersey.
How do
That's
you do, sir?
still in Howell. Again, as a candidate for town council, I once again like to thank you for your public service. I do this every time. It's sort of the sweetness before the sour part. The most thing, and I, of course, come here to talk about the global building. The thing that bothers me the most about this decision is it seems to me that we are once again socializing wealthy businessmen who have been unsuccessful at this building. It's 40 years old. It's in what could charitably be called the hairy armpit of the township.
Whoa.
It's
a beautiful
terrible.
Part of the township, though. Come on.
Well, it's kind of really
Come on.
bad.
Please don't say
Come on.
that about that part of town. Please. Come on.
It's hard to get in by anybody's standards, you know? And I still don't understand why we're spending all of this money. We're transferring all of this money to businessmen who have clearly been unsuccessful at running this business. They've run it into the ground. It's in lousy shape. It was poorly constructed. They couldn't manage to keep enough tenants in it to make it a successful enterprise.
Just Deputy Mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've listened to everybody's comments. We haven't argued back at you, and I would appreciate it if you would do the same to the speaker that's here. If we don't, we'll stop. We're getting close to the hour. We're not going to allow that to continue. Please go ahead and continue.
Thank you. I certainly don't think that the 80-odd employees that currently occupy this building are the paramount concern for purchasing this building. Clearly, the building is much larger than that. I believe it holds over 1,000 people. So I have no idea what the township is going to do with that excess room. I was also particularly disturbed to discover that the majority of the current council actually campaigned, in fact, one of the campaigns I participated in, against this move. And I'm glad to see that at least one person up there actually voted the way they campaigned.
What are you referencing when you said that?
Mr. Walsh and Councilman Clark actually, in some of their campaign literature, specifically stated that they did not think that Town Hall should be moved. And I could produce the campaign literature, I'm sure. But you're allowed to change your mind. You have the responsibility as mayor to do that. And you were well within your prerogatives to do this.
Thank you. I needed your permission. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Mayor, truthfully, I hesitated coming up this and speaking on this because this is truthfully one anchor I'd like to hang around your political head. when you run for re-election next year, and I'm sure we'll enjoy it as a very good debate next year about whether it was a good idea to subsidize very wealthy businessmen in a socialist faction while the rest of us have to exist brutal, unregulated capitalism. I know it's funny, right? It's funny. You're taking $6.9 million and you're giving it to people who were lousy businessmen. And you have real estate experience. Why are we buying this building right now? We are in the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. Commercial building properties are actually reducing almost on a daily basis, and we're paying premium price for a building that is in lousy shape. You could easily build a new building and promote economic growth and return most of this money to the actual township members through jobs, through the
Mr. Doucette, you know that the money can't be used that way, sir, with all due respect.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, if you do a public service project and put an addition on this building, every small business in this area will benefit from it. Everybody from the gas stations to the sub shop down the road to construction workers who have a very high unemployment rate would benefit from it. And you would not take millions of dollars, the last rainy day fund this township has, and give most of it away to businessmen who have been unsuccessful and haven't even been good citizens. I understand that this building hasn't always been up to tax, haven't even paid their taxes all the time.
Mayor, it's been 4 minutes.
And I ask you in your hearts to listen to the oath of office that you take every day and reaffirm when you pledge allegiance to the Constitution and to the flag. It says liberty and justice for all. And think about it. Is buying this building really a just thing? Is it a moral thing? I understand that it's perfectly legal, but you people are held to a higher standards, as you should be. And I think you believe that. So look in your hearts and think before you vote for this kind of immoral action. Thank you.
Zig Panic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
As a 30-year resident, I've seen an awful lot of changes in Howell Township. And one of the things that's been tossed around in the 30 years that I've been here is the condition of not just this building, the other township buildings. And basically, previous administrations wanted to address it by simply destroying this building and building new, but they basically, as we know a lot of people do, is kick the can and let someone else do it. And now the chickens have come home to roost, and now that decision falls on this governing body. And what I want to say is I think that you're all very brave for doing this now, and they talk about the economic times that we have right now, and sure, they're very tough, but at the same time, I think it's to our advantage to move on some of the things that you talked about. I came to an earlier meeting. I listened to the professionals who addressed the condition of this building and who addressed the condition of the global building. I heard both sides, pro and con. I heard the people out there, the citizens, and I appreciate what they have because they help make my decision. But also at the same time, Mrs. Smith, I thank you for enlightening me on a lot of things, but at the same time, I listened to the other folks that are for it. And I went and did my due diligence. I went up to the building and took a look at it. And I have a pretty strong background in construction and property management. And what I saw are a lot of basically superficial things that can be fixed. You have a lot of aesthetics. Sure, the place has been let go for a lot of reasons, and part of it is the economy. But at the same time, we have to take a pragmatic approach. I see what the United States government recently did in closing Walter Reed. Now, there is an icon that's been out there for over 100 years. And they closed it now and has there's been a lot of things that happened. I think in 2007, mold was discovered. They had a lot of other problems with rodents, and it was despicable. Who would imagine that would happen there? And it got to the point that Congress decided, the United States government decided that they would have to part with that icon. This is an icon too, and I respect it, and looking in this room, I don't see a problem. But the problems are in an area that we can't see. The fact is, this building is too old, and it's falling apart. And you have to make a decision. We can't keep throwing money into it. And we know,
Please.
we know times are tough, but this is a situation where you can get a piece of property at a lower price. You can also get service, you can get renovation done at lower prices. People are looking for work. So I think you're in a situation where bidders will come down on their prices. So I think that you're in a position to buy the Global building. I had an open mind on it. Originally, I was against the purchase of it. And upon doing my due diligence, I decided that it is a good purchase. To try to renovate this building, I think would be a huge problem, and is just kicking the can again for the next generation, for the next people that are going to come out and sit in your place. Insofar as the referendum is concerned, that's the reason I voted for you guys. You got to make a tough decision. I know you did your due diligence. For the 60,000 people that are there, these people have done their work. They've done their due diligence. But the bulk of us people got to work. We can't do that. But the fact is, I also rely on the professionals that were here. And they told us what the good parts of that building were and the bad parts.
May I spend 4 minutes? Excuse me.
I haven't heard the whole laundry list. You know, today talked about all the problems that we have here. But I know going over to the engineering department, for example, the mold, the conditions there. We owe it to the people that work for this township to give them safe and healthy environment. We can't allow that to happen. And I don't even know if we have lawsuits coming, because it's got to be coming along there. So I really do applaud the work that you're doing. I encourage you to go forward with it. I think the time is right now. If we wait a few more years, we probably can't afford it. Thank you very much.
Please keep it down back there. Thank you, Zig. Please keep it down in the back. Come on. Petra Murray. Really, I mean, come on. If you need to talk, just take it outside. It's not a big issue. There's a hallway and a door.
Petra Murray, 94 Church Road, Howell. I just wanted to, somebody else reminded me or asked me to pass it on to Mr. Costigan, that the Global building was built for another purpose. It was not built for a municipal complex, because whatever architects report, which sounded pretty self-serving to me, like those guys were angling for work. Anyway, many of you are relatively, you've heard me say this before, but I'll say it again. Many of you are relatively new to this area. I know Mr. DeCastro, I think you've been here 6 whole years. And several of you have come from city environments, I believe. I don't know exactly who's who with that.
You're from the big city, Manalapan.
Well, I said several. I didn't say all, and I didn't say every single one, and where were you before then? But at any rate, these are some of the reasons that I've come up with to explain to myself the mystery of why you would prefer an office building, how you could possibly choose an office building on a highway over this current incredibly lovely hilltop setting. We've had about 50 years here, I think, and I've also told myself that maybe you just like newer buildings, newer things, and that history that you didn't personally experience maybe has little meaning to you. Many of us in this room who are protesting your decision tonight have been Howell taxpayers for longer than any of you have been alive. So the length of association with our town center, our heart, has obvious meaning. This gutting of our town center, and this is our only town center, our main street, this is it. that you want to get rid of or give no mind to. This really feels like an eminent domain issue to me. You council people are telling us our home is unfit, that we have to move. You want us to move us to another site that is also unfit. You don't want us to voice our opinions or vote on this issue. Eminent domain is not a very popular political move, let me remind us all. I'm not a politician, but I think you're committing political suicide and telling Howell taxpayers and residents that we cannot vote on this issue. If you had campaigned on moving us out of our home, if you had said, the first thing we're going to do if we get elected is to get us out of here, I wouldn't be sitting in this chair now. I'd have no viable reason to complain. My fellow citizens would have voted that this is what they wanted. But I don't remember any campaigning like that on your part. And as far as things being up to code, I know that was a big one with you, Mrs. Clark. It really doesn't mean much of anything to me as long as things are reasonably secure or safe. But I thought older buildings did not have to meet code. Is that correct or not correct?
It has to meet the code that was in force at the time they were built.
At the time they were built. Okay. Because
Or renovated.
Or renovated.
So this would be 72.
But otherwise, we wouldn't have an older building in the United States of America.
Right.
And what was code 30 years ago is not code today. What is code today is not going to be code 30 years from now. So I think, man gets all cocky and decides, oh, this is the right thing to do now, and this is what we should have now, and makes a set of rules, and they don't mean anything 10 or 20 years down the road. But anyway, I consider that rather somewhat of a non-issue, unless you're building from scratch. If begging would do any good, I would beg, but I know your minds are made up. I know you don't care, but I still say I think you're committing political suicide by saying to the Howell voters, this is what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Elaine Taylor. Nice hat, though. Nobody can steal the thunder of that hat. Nice hat, Elaine.
Elaine Taylor, Maxim Southern Road.
How you doing tonight?
Well, my topic was political suicide. By the time you do everything that you're going to do, you're going to vote for this building, you're going to renovate the building. By next November, some of you may not be in office again, and whoever does come into office will probably move from the global back to here. So I just want to try to beg you not to vote for this because it's all, the people's hearts are here in this building, and that's all.
Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robert Baxter. Robert Baxter. Joy Yard. Want to speak? Good evening, ma'am. State your name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Joy Yard. I live at 91 Ford Road. I've been a taxpayer in this town for 40 years. I don't know why you are so afraid of allowing the taxpayers of this town to vote on something that is important to them. I think you've done a great job on putting out what's wrong with these buildings, which is fine. They should have been renovated a long time ago, which may not be your problem, but it should have been done. But you have not put out to the people all the problems that are in this building you want to buy. And I have to agree with many people that you have business people who have owned this building. They couldn't run this building. They couldn't keep it filled. They couldn't keep it repaired. Now, how are we going to afford to keep this place repaired when they could not? So I think that if you were smart, you should put it on the ballot and at least let the people say yes or no. If they say yes, fine. That's our democracy. If they say no, then I think we need to do something with the buildings we have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very much. Steve Morlino.
Good evening. Steve Morlino, Peachstone Road.
Feeling the love.
I think that you already know my opinion of this purchase. I've been through it before. When Mr. Neville was here and presented his professional dissertation on the condition of the buildings, these buildings, I asked him one pertinent question. Was there anything imminently hazardous to the employees that they couldn't stay in this building? And if I recall, his answer was no, absolutely not. Now, there are a number of issues in this building. Just walking up the stairs this evening, coming in the building, the columns are rotting away. The paint is peeling off. The gutters are hanging. Things that are so obvious and so simplistic to repair, so economical to take care of. Little putty and paint, okay? Couple of anchors on the gutters. Scrape the paint. Paint the building. These are routine maintenance items. I'm certified in lead, asbestos, mold, radon, refrigerants, indoor air quality, all of those things. There's nothing in this building that I've seen, okay, that is insurmountable and can't be repaired with a little TLC and a couple of dollars, okay? I don't know where these millions of dollars come from, all these forecasts. For the last 35 years, I have renovated and maintained hospitals and schools. Some of them are over 125 years old. Where I work today, there's over a dozen buildings that thousands of students go to every day that are over 125 years old. They're still in operation every day of the week, even in the summer. So my point is, if we put some effort into this building, how many people are in this building currently, this week? What's the occupancy of this building? Does anyone know?
Employees, do you mean?
Employees, yeah.
About 30, I think.
20 to 30 people occupy this building. I really can't see us buying the global building in today's economy with the conditions in this country. Our economic rating was just dropped. People are out of work. On my street, people have moved out, left vacant homes. They're empty. The weeds are 3 feet tall. The town had to go cut them. We can't even take care of this building or our own buildings. How are we going to buy a building 3 times the size that's had deferred maintenance for the last 40 years by professionals, by business people? We heard the public tell us business people have been running it. They can't rent it. Your rent roll is about $50,000 according to this resolution I read this evening. And I have a few questions on that. We really don't have time to go into it, but something in here says that neither party will record this sale. Why is that? What's the purpose of that? What's the rationale of that? It's on page 16. This agreement shall not be recorded by either party.
Meaning the agreement itself.
Why would that be?
You're going to record a deed.
But isn't this part of the sale?
That,
Anyway, I don't want to argue the point. My point is there are things in here that are very strange. I don't know who Al Berger is, but he's the knowledgeable person, and only his knowledgeable expertise will be considered in the sale. You have no recourse if there are structural problems when you move in. There's all kinds of strange things in here that you better get a real attorney to look at, because this is a problem. Anyway, let's move on.
Excuse me, Mr. Excuse me.
There are.
Wait, I
Excuse
have
me.
to say something.
Yes.
You know what? All I ask is this: please just be respectful.
I am very respectful.
No, but there's people, there's professionals here.
Okay.
And I just want
I don't know who put this together. I'm not.
I know, but I just make sure, because you know people who review this, and I just ask you. You know, we'll listen.
I concur with you, Ms. Schroeder-Clark, 100%. My point is, if you're not a real estate attorney, this paper is not very sufficient, in my opinion. And I'm not an attorney, but I can tell you from what I've read in here, it's very questionable. So I would ask you, get a real estate attorney to review this, someone who's knowledgeable in this, and understands this, because this document is not in the best interest of the township. Okay? Now, I'm wasting my time. Let's talk about, we had a resident go out and get over 1,000 signatures. They went, however they did it, I don't know. They went in the heat. I remember them calling me. It was 106 degrees out the day they called me and asked me to go walk. I wasn't about to go walk in 106-degree heat. I had other things to do, but they took the effort to do it. Okay, and my point is, all they're asking you to do is put this on the ballot. This is a democracy. The United States is a democracy. Some of you folks up there were elected with less than the difference between the 1,000 people that signed this petition and your competition. Okay? So think about that. Okay? Someone mentioned political suicide. I don't get political. I don't want to talk about that. The issue is you should put it on the ballot and let the voters decide. Everyone keeps talking about 52 or 55,000 people in this town. The last election we had, I believe 15% of the voters came out and voted. Okay? That's all that came out and voted. So let's put this before 1,000 people is quite a number for them to go walking around and getting signatures, and I think you should listen to what the public is asking you. They're not asking you, the petition didn't say yes or no. The petition says put this before the voters. Let them decide whether or not they want to get into a economic situation that they may not be able to afford. You need to let the citizens talk. They did elect you to make policy and whatever, but I don't think anyone voted to have you make a decision this monumental to move the entire town hall complex. I still haven't heard the plan for what you're going to do with these buildings.
Mayor, it's been 4 minutes.
Thank you. There's been no discussion as to what happens to these buildings. I've heard rumors that we're going to tear them down and build pre-Victorian estates here, that we're running sewer lines up the street already. I don't know. My point is, let's put it before the voters, let the voters decide. The public went out, did their due diligence, got 1,000 signatures, okay? And they asking you a simple question, put it before the voters. Again, it's a democracy. Let's think about it, let's do the right thing. Let's not just predetermine that this is the agreement we should sign, because I'm telling you, this is a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vinnie Cantillo.
Vinnie Tantillo, Casino Drive. As Mr. Snyder said, he's been here 47 years, so have I. I've known Mrs. Smith in all that time. We grew old together, matter of fact.
Speak for yourself, Vinnie.
Mr. Gatto, I had the pleasure of being on the planning board with. Mrs. Clark, pleasure of being on the planning board with. Mr. Nicastro, presently on the planning board with me.
I went to one meeting.
I listened to all these people. I seen all this choreographed paper come up here, and they all said the same thing, which was nothing. Seems to me their eyes are bad, they can't hear it, and they can't hear. Because here's the numbers right up here.
Hey.
In all fairness, you started.
I know. No. Whoa, everybody. Mr. Tantillo, please don't get personal, and everybody keep it down back there.
Thank you. The numbers are up here, so I guess they can't see them. They didn't hear a thing Mr. Johnson said. And you know, it is a democracy. People are worried about making turns at the global building. Well, you know what? I don't think any of them have any trouble pulling in the mall, going around the back of Sears or the back of ShopRite. Steering wheels turn. Another lady asked about our showcase out there. What happened to the police pictures and everything else?
Please, come on.
If they had any brains, they go down to the police station because there are enough showcases down there. But they don't go there. Most of these people have never been to one of these meetings, except for tonight. And I'll tell you this. Somebody said before, a lady come up here and said, this is a democracy and have a constitutional right. And we do. We have a constitutional right to vote. And I don't know about anybody else in here, but when I went in that voting booth, that was my constitutional right to vote for these people. And I did that because I wanted you people to make my decisions for me. Because I felt that was a smart thing to do. You know, that's only showing ignorance, people.
Come on, hey.
They don't talk like that when they're facing you, only when your back is towards
Vinnie, Vinny A. All of yous.
And as far as Mr. Molino, he made a very good speech. I remember one time you had professionals up here telling us how much it was going to cost a square foot for this building. And Mr. Molino come up then also and told you just about what he told you tonight, only he could do it for less than half the price. I like Steve, and I know him for a lot of years, but I don't remember him coming up with a price for you people, unless I'm missing it. So I'm all for the global building. I think he's doing the right thing, and I trust in your decisions, and I appreciate all the static you're taking from everybody, and that's how I feel about it. Thank you.
All right. At this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting. What do you want to do, folks? Want to take a break, or we want to vote now?
Go through the consent agenda items.
Could we please take a break?
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Can we make it 10? It takes me 5 minutes to get there and back.
We'll take a 6-minute break. It takes Mr. Smith 5.5 minutes to get back and forth.
Which way?
No, no problem. I understand, Mr. Smith. This time, I'd like to reconvene the meeting. We need to review the consent agenda. 7A, we have some add-ons, do we not?
Yes, we have.
We have add-on 7A 56, 57, and 58, correct?
Correct, Mayor.
And later on, we have the ordinance, refunding bond ordinance, tax appeals, 985. And we need to remove from the agenda 7C2, the light fees for the municipal parks. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
All right, so the add-ons is 7A 56, Sunnyside and Howell, 7A 57, award of a contract, the survey design, construction estimate, and mapping of South Branch, Squonkam Brook to Urbani Fisheries. And 7A 58 is award of a new ABC retail consumption license. That's going to be put out to bid with a price of $975,000, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody from the governing body? Let me just take a little guess here. Let's get everything else out of the way. Are we going to need a separate vote on 7A52? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, we are. We're going to have a separate vote on 7A52.
Mr. Mayor, with that being said, I would make a motion to approve 7A1.
Excuse me.
I'm
All
sorry.
right, let's put it up for discussion first.
Okay.
No, if you want to go
All right,
ahead, that's fine, but I think, not necessarily a separate vote, but maybe on 52, because I think the public would like a little more explanation.
Okay, all right, 7A52 is a separate vote,
Separate vote.
okay?
Okay.
Period. Okay? Is there anything else that anybody would like to discuss on consent agenda items that we're taking action on tonight?
I would not, but I'd like to make a motion, and my motion was going to be 7A1 through 58 with the exclusion of 7A52. I'm not making a motion on that. I would make a motion to approve those.
On 7B1 through 4?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second?
And excluding 55 also, right? That's separate vote.
Excluding 55 also?
52.
Okay, you would like
Yes.
55 excluded also, 7A55?
So moved, excluding.
Okay. So-
Second, Mayor.
Okay, so that, just so perfectly clear for the clerk, that's approving 7A1 through 51, 53, 54, the add-ons, 56, 57, and 58, and 7B1 through 4. I have a motion by Councilwoman Clark and a second by Councilman Castro. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Woolman?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. All right, let's go to 7A.
I'm sorry, I said it backwards. 52, I'd like a separate vote, but 55, I think the public would like a little more explanation on 55.
It doesn't make a difference. We're doing a separate vote on 7A52 and 7A55. Okay? 7A55. Why don't we start with Ms. Slagle? Would you explain that more in depth for the public?
Certainly, sir. We are entering into a shared service agreement with the Board of Education for use of the space in Southern School for programming. And along with the PAL, we are looking to put some additional programs that we are unable to do in the recreation building. We'll be moving those programs to Southern School. So there, we've entered into an agreement between us, the Board of Education, us and the Board of Education, and then there'll be a separate shared services agreement with the PAL.
Now, just for a little bit of education, there's a best practice checklist that comes to municipality from the state. And depending on the things that are in that best practice checklist, the things you do, you get funded a certain percentage of how much in state aid that you will receive. One of the things that is really pressed to do is shared services between one municipality to the next, a school board to a governing body, the county to a municipality. It's really stressed in a lot of different forms, in a lot of different ways. There's, what, 70, 80 different things on that list?
I believe this year was 50. Yeah.
50 this year?
And we were able to answer 49 out of the 50 positively.
Okay. So part of what we are trying to do is to try to utilize services in Howell Township to the betterment of the citizens in many different ways, shapes, and forms. The manager and our department heads are constantly working towards improving the services and at the same time trying to keep costs in check in what we do. So this is just another way to provide services to the people of Howell Township in conjunction with the PAL, our staff. We're trying to cut costs. We have cut costs in many different ways over the last 6 to 8 years in Howell Township. We've also decreased manpower about 12 to 13%, and woman power. I want to be politically correct. I don't want to commit political suicide. It's been told to me this evening. Okay, so, but that is one of the things we've been pursuing, is different ways to do more things for the citizens through our manager and the department heads. I'm 100% for this. I've been in on some of the discussions, not all of them. I know you've had many, many meetings over the last couple of years towards this. I've been in various meetings with the Board of Ed, the superintendent, secretary, manager, and department heads, and this is just something they come up with in order to deliver more to the citizens of Howell Township. Anybody else like to add to that?
I think it's huge. You know, it's something we've been talking about for a long time. I don't know why we've just never been successful with having such a great agreement like this. I understand the Board of Ed has already approved it at their public meeting. We have a representative of the Board of Ed here. I want to personally thank you for getting this done on behalf of the citizens, and I hope to have the opportunity to do that with your fellow board members. To think what we're going to get out of this and how this is going to impact all of our residents on recreation programs that are just so important to this community. I'm shocked it got done, pleasantly shocked, and congratulations all the way around for everybody who got together and put all these issues aside. It's amazing. I wish we were spending as much time talking about this as we talk about other things, because this is huge, but congratulations to everybody.
I didn't mean to dish you, Al Miller. Al Miller from the Board of Ed's here this evening. Thank you very much for you and your whole board and your staff there, the work you've done. It is, from the conversations that we've had over the last 3 or 4 years, it is a pretty big step. It's a leap of faith on both sides to go forward to try to deliver more to the people of Howell Township. Al, thank you very much. Thank you. With that, anybody want to make a motion on 7855?
So moved, Mayor.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Woolman?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Absolutely.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. 7852. Authorize execution of the land sale contract for property known as Block 35.82, lots 39 and 40 from ZJ Realty LLC, commonly referred to as the Global Building. Anybody like to discuss this any further?
I have a lot to say.
Ma'am, it's your time.
Okay. Firstly, please don't take this as an indication that I'm going to vote yes, because I'm not. But Mr. Morlino brought up something that I've been very, very concerned about. If you're going to do this and override what I say, what I know, please don't sign that contract and do something better. If it's such a good deal, we can get a better deal and not have everything. I don't like the contract at all. There's one statement here which is just a report from Helene to we, the council, about the basically final negotiations between I'm sorry, I've got my hand in front of it and you can't hear me? There you go. Sorry, I'm tired, and when I'm tired, I lose this strong voice that I have. I don't know why, because I haven't been talking that much. I'm just plain tired. An issue to me that's a very, very important issue is the issue of inspections. It says, and I'm quoting here, and I don't think anybody minds, seller feels the township has had the inspections necessary, and it makes a personal reference. I'll skip that. Inspections may be done within 15 days of the contract signing. Now, that's within. I don't know if that means after, and result in any problems to the seller within an additional 15 days. That's what our attorney has requested. And his attorney, the seller's attorney, says no. And I think it's very reasonable to, and it was very good thinking on the part of our representative that we should have time for final inspection and for the seller to correct it. And I wouldn't, if I was buying something myself, I don't care if it was a kiddie car, and that was put in front of me, I'd say, hey, there's a reason to be careful. And if you go ahead with it, please do a better job and don't sign that contract. You can put it off even if you don't want to do the referendum, which I think would only be fair. You can always wait another month and do a better negotiation. He's not going to get $5 million, $2 million, $1 million from anybody else. Nobody else is fool enough to buy it, and please don't misunderstand that statement. Please, that is imperative. At least respect that of me. I'm sure our attorney isn't happy about it. His attorney says no, and that's it. We accept it. Now, there are two inspections that I'm very concerned with. I don't know whether have been done, but they better had be done before anybody signs anything. And one is, has there been a phase 1 inspection done? Because we don't know, knowing who owned the property before and what it was before it was the building, and the ill way it's been maintained all of its approximate 30 years. We don't want to be responsible for some spill or something that was buried up there. Has there been a phase 1 inspection?
No, there has not.
And has there been an inspection? Since I understand it's heated by fuel oil. By the way, our last fuel oil fill up this late winter was $4.29 a gallon.
It's heated by natural gas.
Excuse me. It says fuel oil.
I believe I can ask Mr. Gravatt, but
It's got natural gas boilers.
Why does it say fuel oil? And one of the stipulations of the contract is they're requiring the measurement of the fuel oil. And was it ever fuel oil, and are there tanks in the ground? Do we know? Could you
I
answer
believe
those
it's
three
in the
questions?
contract. I'm not positive. I'm waiting for the attorney, but I believe it's in the contract because if there is fuel oil, that's one of the things that goes with the contract. You measure the fuel oil, and they would get the credit for that.
That's right.
But there's no fuel oil. There's natural gas.
Okay, then
Hold on.
my second question was, do we know if there ever was fuel oil? My concern is the tanks and the contamination of the tanks.
The only thing, the one boiler that's in there is an original boiler, and it's a natural gas-fired boiler. It couldn't be converted to gas to oil or back and forth, so it's strictly a gas-fired boiler. So that was there from day one. If
Okay,
there was
so
any
you-
other tanks, I couldn't verify, but I can tell you that it's a natural gas-fired boiler, and it's been there since day one.
There's never been fuel.
We have the guarantee of that? Because that's, I know that can be, for a homeowner, it can be an extremely expensive thing. I don't want to take responsibility of that for the people of Howell Township. But I think we should have a phase one.
Please keep it down.
Okay, I won't hit on everything that I object to. And I'm going to make some statements that I'm sure there are a lot of people who will be very upset with me for, but I feel that it's important, and if you know me at all, you know that I say what I think, and I say what I feel has to be said. And that's why I'm only 5 foot tall. I started out as 6 foot in svelte, but because I've had a lot to say and been stepped on for saying it. I find fault, there are a lot of things that I find fault with about the purchase of the Global building. I've had people who think they know what's in my mind tell the rest of you out there, because I'm sure a couple of you could come up and confirm that somebody had said to you that Pauline just doesn't want to move from the old building. That's not true. In my time in Howell Township, for the last almost 48 years, this is the third place I've seen is Town Hall. And I have an affection for all the buildings. I don't want, this place would make a lot of nice things. That's not my point. As I've said from the very beginning, I feel that I have to look at the wisdom of the purchase of this building. That's what we're talking about now. If we will have to deal with these buildings if we don't, or another building. I'm not even saying there shouldn't be another building. I am concentrating on the cost to the people of Howell Township of buying what I consider to be a white elephant, and I'm not just being insulting for the sake of being insulting. I don't do that. That's my description. That building has never been a success. It was never properly built. I don't trust it. I don't feel that it's safe. Now, we talk about, I know people are concerned, and I don't blame them for who work upstairs in this building. We should have fire escapes on either side of the building. We should have an elevator. That would fire escapes on either side of the building would compensate for not having a steel staircase for the people upstairs to come down in case of fire. But I'll tell you something. If there was a fire in the Global building, people like myself and I'll say a couple of names because I know them well. Mrs. Gillette, Barbara Dixell. We don't walk so well, and there are a lot of other people who come to meetings and have to come to Town Hall that don't walk so well either. I can't do the stairs. The building would be completely engulfed in flames. I know it has a sprinkler system, but I don't trust it either because I know that, never mind. Before I could get down the stairs, I'd either be trampled or left to burn. I'd have to have somebody drag my husband away because if you have any kind of smarts, you don't go down in an elevator in a fire. That's right, you can't. It's the first thing they told us when I worked in McGraw-Hill Building in New York City. Don't go near the elevators in any kind of threat of fire. In this building, the meeting room is on the main floor. You go that way and that way. And even if I had to fall down those stairs, it would save my life. So I would hate to see town hall on the second floor of any building anyway. And with that very narrow entrance and exit is in the same place. That's not even as wide as we make people in this township have their driveways if they have a long driveway. They have to be a stabilized base to withhold and wide enough for emergency vehicles. What are we going to do, stop all the traffic on Route 9 so that the fire trucks can come from the wrong side of the road and maneuver their way into that entrance? There's so many basic things wrong with that building. That's why it hasn't been a success. That's why it's up for a fire sale now. And when it comes to the repairs, I'm sorry, I'm sure my common sense, my familiarity with numbers and what things cost tell me straight on $1.6 million isn't nearly enough money to go into an investment like that. The roof alone might cost that much. Remember what Mr. Broderick said when he stood up at the public hearing on the ordinance and he was in favor of it, of buying the building, but he said, and please check the records, he said, I hope you have better luck than we did in Jackson. A $1 million project turned into $2 million. And that is so easy. And we can't afford that. And what are you going to do then? Please, all four of you think about that. Once we're committed, you've promised, and I believe you, that you wouldn't vote on 1 penny more than this 6.9. What are you going to do when there's no roof on the top of that building and we've spent all the money? What are you going to do? You're going to have two choices. You're either going to have to bond or you're going to have to raise the taxes. Or what happens? We have a building which is another problem building. We'll have another problem building. That's what's going to happen if we buy that building. It will be one more building with problems. There are so many things on that list that are noted as being wrong by some inspector or one of the studies that are related in the list of figures, the cost. As far as I know, and please correct me if I'm wrong, these are not contractors' estimates. They're estimates taken out of a book somewhere by an engineer and an architect. They don't ring true. One more thing, they're not reason to say that's not going to be enough money to refit the building, buy the furniture, and do all the repairs. For one thing, there's no listing anywhere for landscaping, and landscaping is a necessity. There's nothing but a mess out there. Nobody's taking care of it. There's garbage all over the place. If you or I owned it and it was our private property, code enforcement would be out there. We'd be summoned in before the judge. It's a pig pen, and it's overgrown. I asked a friend who's in a big landscaping business just to take a quick look. He said the floor was cleaned out and just put down basic landscaping, nothing fancy, in excess of $100,000. And that's something that's not listed. And I asked the question of several of my contemporaries here, what about that? Well, that will be done in the future, and it will come under, on a budget line, under an operating budget line. Well, I don't care what you disguise it as, it's still for fixing the global building, and it's still in excess of $6.9 million. I know I'm talking to these walls, and these walls have heard a lot of things. By the way, it never was a hospital. This building was never a hospital. But in that regard, we don't know how much it will cost to repair, to refit the global building. The roof is leaked since it was new because of its design. It puddles. That's a known fact. That means the walls are probably worthless. They're probably all full of mold and at least need to be replaced. I have and the boilers aren't until the second 5 years. We're going to be darn cold if we wait 5 years to replace the boilers. And who's going to guarantee that they wait 5 years? And we don't have any guarantee of these figures that are given to us. We don't even have a good estimate. Every time something, we're do-it-yourselves. Luckily, Don can do just about anything. But there are very professional things that we have to have someone come in. And I never, ever, ever have anybody do a job that I don't have a bona fide estimate first. You're not going to buy something and have and not know how much it's going to cost. And I did that already. As far as these buildings and the deficiencies in them, I hear people make a lot of complaints about the fact that it's not ADA compliant. And people do have to come downstairs. And I understand it's been stated, well, there's no private place to have a meeting, and you might need to talk about something privately with one of our officials from upstairs. There are plenty of places that you can speak privately. We have executive session in the conference room behind. Close both doors. That's all you need to do. The mayor's office is seldom used in this form of government. He really doesn't need it nothing personal, believe me. I think there are more important things than have the mayor have an in-house office. That could be a shared office.
That office is very important to me.
Well, I'm sure it is. It means, but you can share it. You're a big man. You could share it.
I've been in there once.
That's right. So there are ways, and there are always grants. There are block grants out there. It's been planned many times in the past, and I don't know why it comes to volition that we have an elevator installed. I feel very strongly, and I know people are going to be angry at me for this statement, but I feel very strongly that all these reports have been skewed.
That's horrible.
I feel that, yes, I do. I feel that with a favoritism toward buying the building because you want to buy the building and you want to make it look good.
So you're accusing us of hiring a professional and telling him how to write.
Don't get started.
Well, explain your accusation.
That's my my accusation is
somebody
not that at all.
Somebody would have
okay?
had to have directed somebody to
No, they
skew
wouldn't.
something.
You always do that. No, that's not what I meant at all.
So
listen to me.
So the
listen
person,
to me.
so the
Just
person,
listen to me.
So the person who wrote the report had a reason to skew the numbers?
That's sickening.
Tell me specifically who you think skewed numbers in a report.
Keep it down back there, please.
I'm not going to get into that.
Then don't make the accusation.
It wasn't an accusation, it was an opinion.
That's a horrible thing to say about people. It really, truly is.
Okay,
And just
I'll give you an example of why I think that
listen,
way.
hold on 1 second.
I don't think it.
All right, Mr. Smith, I want you to hold on 1 second. Just
No,
1 second.
you want me to, but
just
I
1
thought you
second.
were giving me the floor.
Just 1 second, please, ma'am. Everybody out there, we sat up here and we listened to whatever anybody had to say. I would hope you could give the same courtesy back. Okay? It's not an awful thing to say. What I've been tired about in this town for a long time is people, they want respect and courtesy all the time, but they don't want to give it back. Give it back, please. I do not like any accusation that we've all done things to skew the numbers, that the professionals did things to skew numbers. There's a lot of reputable, honest people that do a lot of work for this town. And no assumption like that should be made about anybody. If you can back it up in cold facts, bring it to the table. Let's go to the prosecutor tomorrow. If you can, keep that assumption to yourself.
If you would let me explain, I'm not talking about going to the prosecutor. I'm not talking about somebody doing something illegal or unethical. I'm talking about reports not being equal. They're not, and I didn't say purposely skewed. Did I say purposely? No, I didn't. If you compare the reports on the buildings, on these buildings, don't take into consideration a lot of work by our very able, capable, hardworking DPW, but a big chunk on the global building will fall on them. That's counted. That's one example of what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the reports are not, it's like apples to oranges. They're not done with the same thing in mind. Do you understand that? Maybe skewed was the wrong word.
Mrs. Smith, I still think the gentleman that wrote the report's real name is Aaron Neville. Okay? I mean, come on. You can look at reports and you can interpret them the way you want.
That's right.
This is true. But we didn't know these people. I mean, they went and did professional reports. They are honest, reputable business people, professionals at what they do.
Wait a minute.
I mean,
I didn't talk. Don't go over there because I don't waste time. That's not what I said.
Hold on, waste time?
That's not what I said. You're talking. You're.
Mrs. Smith, you're not being very clear in what you're saying to at least two people up here.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm going to try to be as open as I can to the dialogue with you, but you've used words like skew the numbers. I've heard things where you clearly are making accusations about professionals. So please, if you have a different way of saying that, I think you need to find a different way to say that.
Okay, let me try one more time.
Thank you.
Okay? I didn't say it was the professionals. Okay, when I've said to you, you personally, if you want to say, maybe you can understand better.
Sure.
Okay? That there are things I'm concerned about being done, the cost of them, on the global building. And my answer is, from you, it will be done a little at a time in the future by our own public works people.
Certain portions of that.
Yes,
I
that's
have
true.
said that. Yes.
Okay? But I don't see where that attitude has been taken when looking into what needs to be done on these buildings.
I understand that.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying.
And we've also had conversations about that with regard to some of the big ticket items where our professional has said that we just cannot do those items. And the two predominant ones relative to this building are to make it ADA compliant and to fire rate stairwells.
And as I said,
I understand, I understand.
I think the option
Okay, but.
would be,
Okay, but Mrs. Smith,
I've
what,
seen it done before.
But what I did after we had those conversations is I went back to Mr. Neville and I said, can you please provide me some clarity following our conversation? And the comment that I got back in writing from Mr. Neville is, it is virtually impossible to make the second floor of the existing building ADA compliant or 100% handicapped accessible. I asked him about the structural evaluation that can be done to enclose fire-rated stairwells. There is no structural way to make existing stair towers meet the code for fire rating. I took the conversation that you and I had, I went back to the professional who wrote the report, I asked for a clarification, and I'm convinced it can't be done. Now, I'm going to go back your direction,
Okay,
and hang on, and I'm going to go back your direction and say, when you make a comment about the air handling equipment in the global building, where is your written quote from somebody that says that it's not 400,000? Or when did you pick up the phone and call a contractor or direct the administration to get a contractor to come in to get that quote? This is not news. We've had this report for several months. If that was as much of a concern, why didn't you call and have the administration go out and get 3 roofers come in to look at the roof?
I have said that over and over again from here. You could have made the same suggestion. I have said that.
But I'm not the
I
one who
have
brought it up. I know who made the estimates. I know what those people do because I was there when I was with them in the building. I know what they looked at. You weren't. So my comfort level of what's in the report is different than yours. And that's fine, but that's because of what...
I'm not talking about just the roof. I'm talking about what you find when you take off the roof and you find, for an example, and I'm not even saying this is absolutely going to happen, but it happens more than not, and it happens too often. And I always... Never mind. That'll just waste time.
But that's a very important issue, and it's a very costly issue.
Right, it is.
So I would be glad to spend hours talking about that issue because it is, but we won't. But that cost of that roof is to rip it down to the structural steel.
Right.
So
and redesign it.
Right.
And
so what did we miss?
That cost is that a contractor's estimate? Is that something that we can bank on? Is that something that we're gonna, no, it's not.
The group that did this report, the group from Birdsall was a group of engineers who evaluate commercial buildings and are very much familiar with cost of construction, and that's the division within Birdsall that they've represented, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So what reason would there be to believe that their quote would be any different than the guy who's doing the work?
Probably.
There is no reason. This wasn't Birdsall Engineering who sits on planning boards and zoning boards. This was a group within Birdsall that just does this work.
Listen, can we cut to the chase a little bit here, Councilwoman Smith? I'm fine with you having thoughts about this may cost more, that may cost more. I mean, I'm pretty sure if we had a contractor's estimate right now for X amount of dollars, I mean, the same thing could be said. The numbers were skewed. Are you sure he's going to do it for that? Can you guarantee he'd do it for that amount of money? Can you guarantee that there's nothing else needs to be done if they ripped off the roof? We all know that the answer to that is there's no way we could guarantee that. The cost of fuel could go up. The cost of tar could go up. We all know that. Okay? There's nothing that I believe could have been given to anyone who doesn't want to see this happen that could have convinced them to say, let's do this. Okay? Assumptions can be made. We don't know what would happen if we took part of this roof off. I mean, when we had Mr. Koskinen speak about, in 1973, a report was done 38 years ago to get out of this building.
But he also said it was the hospital, and this building was never a hospital.
Whatever you'd like to do, ma'am, whatever you, I will not sit here and say that I could guarantee to every single penny of what it will cost to get something.
I would
Okay?
just like to go back to the business about the stairwells. Did you ask Mr. Neville about,
No, ma'am.
fire escapes on either side of the building?
But it doesn't, but that doesn't get rid of the existence of the stairwell.
Why would you, why? It's what's done on buildings. It's done on school buildings.
You're right.
I've seen it done, and
You're absolutely right.
that's fine.
But then how do you get rid of the existing stairwell?
you don't need to. You just don't go down it if there's a fire.
Okay, I don't, we're
They're
not.
short stairwells. They're short, it's one,
But
but
it-
I'm
but
not
that's not
arguing
what
to
the
do it,
issue
I'm
is.
just saying, yes, it is.
No, it's not. That's not what the issue is. It's an open path of fire, not just for people to get down in a fire. It is an open avenue for fire. It's a combustible, non-rated stair tower. 2 of them. Putting a stair tower on the outside, you're absolutely right, will aid in getting people out. It does nothing to stop the fire from going from the first floor to the second floor. That is what the
There are hundreds, probably thousands of 100-plus-year-old buildings through this country that exist and people keep.
But
What
we're
about
talking-
the Capitol and the White House and all that? They don't have those things.
But we're talking about this building.
That's right.
And our.
And it's a requirement of yours, but it's not a requirement of mine. Let's put it that way. Maybe that's where the problem comes in. And as I said from the beginning, you are concentrating on these buildings. We know there are problems with these buildings. That was just an example of, but anything to change the subject and deter me from my thoughts. I know you're going to do what you're going to do. I know it's wrong. And I'm just getting on record that it's a gamble, it's a big gamble, and we're all going to pay for it. We're going to pay big. And okay. Then there's one more very big issue that I feel that I have to address that's bothered me since all summer.
Okay.
And that's the fact that we do have a settlement agreement with Pinnacle. I know that's been an argument, and I've heard everybody almost but me from the dais and professionals say we don't have an agreement. We have an agreement.
Okay.
And we have to purchase Pinnacle, hopefully with help from
Hold on, please. Please. We have current litigation going on. We are actually meeting with the Lieutenant Governor and representatives of Pinnacle next Tuesday in Trenton. Okay? I would appreciate it if you didn't go any further. I would appreciate it.
I won't go any further
I would appreciate if you didn't go any further.
litigation.
Can I just
but-
clarify this? The settlement agreement that expired, that neither party has terminated, does not require us to purchase it if we cannot obtain the funding. If we cannot obtain the outside funding, then the litigation is reinstituted and we proceed down that avenue.
That's right. And what happens?
But that does not equate to us having to purchase the Pinnacle property. If you're estimating, let's say the purchase price in the expired settlement agreement is $11 million. If we were to pursue this in litigation, the damages are not going to be $11 million. We're not going to be forced to purchase that in the litigation. If somebody disagrees with me, I'd be happy to explain it to them.
But when the lawsuit is reinstituted,
Okay.
the
But please.
consequences could be
Not $11 million.
Much
Please.
higher.
No.
I want both of you to stop now. I want both of you to stop now. We are in current litigation. We are under no obligation to buy the Pinnacle piece of property if we do not go through with it. We are not under any obligation to buy the property.
Mr. Mayor, can I say one thing? I just want to make sure that everyone knows that the reason that the discussion about the litigation is hopefully everyone understands this. There's no intent for anyone to stop discussing this or not be informed, but we have an obligation to not talk about current litigation. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that we are under very serious consequences if we do. So that's the reason why I know Mrs.
It's
Smith.
the wrong thing to be talking about.
I know Mrs. Smith and everyone council understands. I just want to make sure the public is clear on that.
I'm not talking about current litigation. I'm talking about a signed by the judge settlement agreement, which we are part of.
Okay.
And I'll quote from a paragraph from a letter to McKenna, which we were all copied on from Mr. Bathgate, who represents Pinnacle. And he says, to date, neither seller nor purchaser has terminated the subject agreement. So we are in an agreement that we have to pay.
Please, everybody, let's stop this conversation now. Okay? Please, let's stop this conversation now.
So don't sign the contract. If you sign that contract, if you vote to do this, the contract stinks.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
I have no problem with your opinions. Do you have anything that you want to add? For a half hour you've been talking, okay? Other members of the governing body may want to speak. If this is just to drag it out to 1 o'clock and then have the same vote happen, let's do it.
I think everybody gets the gist of it. They know that we'll be liable for a lot of money, and they'll just put different. That's no matter what tag you put on the money, it's going to cost us.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the governing body? Nobody else? Someone make a motion.
So moved, Mayor.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please? And what is the motion for, Councilman DeCastro?
5A52?
That's correct.
To what? To authorize the execution?
To authorize. I'm sorry, excuse me, 7A52.
7A52. I have a motion, I have a second. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Woolman?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
No.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. I've executed the contract. I don't want anybody saying tomorrow that I did anything behind closed doors, that there was no transparency in government, okay, or anything like that. Okay, the governing body has went through a lot over the last couple of years. We've had numerous reports done. This is what we really believe is in the best interest to give flexibility and economic viability to this township going into the future. God bless you all. Thank you for your input on this. I really do appreciate the passion from a lot of people in these rooms. So, the contract's been executed. Please have Senator Bennett look at this before he sends it to them.
You mean
to
our
address some of the issues.
Special counsel that worked on the contract?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, please have him look at that to address some of the issues that Councilwoman Smith spoke about. Okay? And I'd like to speak to him before he sends that contract to them. Is that okay with the governing body?
Yes. Absolutely, Mayor.
Okay? I'd like to speak to him before that contract gets sent out. Okay. Discussion of Township Council meeting policy, 7C1. Councilwoman Smith, I believe you wanted this on the agenda, 7C1.
Yes, thank you. I would like to see us. Sorry. there's all this stuff tonight, so when I move it around, I'd like to see us set a policy, more or less a schedule as close as you can. Like to see us keep workshop meetings and regular meetings and discuss things thoroughly. And then at regular meetings, vote on them. In other words, and my main concern is an ordinance. We have something on for discussion, and we all, or a consensus, but usually it's all of us, come to an agreement that something should be done. And we direct our professionals to draw up or have drawn up an ordinance. But then we don't discuss the ordinance before it's introduced. Now, sometimes it's a simple, straightforward thing that it's like a paragraph or two that it's not necessary. But when it's something extensive, like a whole change in the way things are done, or a reorganization of a department, or something new, maybe let's try this because it sounds like it will be a good idea and it will improve things around here, whether it be land use or whatever. I'd like to see us discuss at a workshop meeting the ordinance itself so that things run smoothly and maybe some corrections or changes are made before it's introduced, before it's published, so that's a cost, and people come out and we might say, well, I can't tell you how many this is a statement, I can't tell you how many ordinances I've seen approved by several different councils, and not the fault of the council or whatever, but they've said, yes, you're right, that would make it better, or this should be done, we'll approve it, and then we'll revisit it, and they're not revisited. So I'd really like to see us set policy so that workshops are really workshops, and we could have some time at the workshop meeting maybe to hear from our committees who would like to report something or ask something, so that things are really workshopped and discussed before they're actually made an accomplishment.
Mayor, I concur with Mrs. Smith, and I don't know if she's suggesting that we have more meetings.
No, I'm just
which
an
I'm okay with.
organization, a reorganization of meetings.
I just.
And if necessary.
And that's fine. If we need them, listen, we can have more meetings. The only problem, and it's not really a problem, it's that there's a lot sometimes to do.
Right.
And I know I've appealed to you to try to, get more dialogue with us with the computer, and I'll appeal to you again. I know the situation. It just makes it easier that when the governing body is corresponding before the meeting, and I'm all for transparency and having these discussions, it's time consuming, and I think it does us as a governing body some disjustice that some of the conversations you're not involved in, and then you'll say something, and that we may know different, or whatever could happen.
But not only that, I believe that it's our responsibility to discuss things in public.
Absolutely. But I think as part of a team and a council and dealing with the administration on these subjects, that it's much more conducive that we're on the same page and working together. I have no problem talking into the public. It's just there's a lot to do, and sometimes if we do that and we've all corresponded and you haven't, it's just more time consuming. I thank you. I know you hate technology. I thank you for being willing to take the cell phone that you took. I'm hoping that we could find some kind of happy medium for you, that you could leverage the technology to participate. I still think maybe a BlackBerry will be helpful for you, because it's a cell phone.
I don't think it would work, and it's not. I'm not being obstinate. I don't think that's the problem. What I'm saying is I want to see, and I don't think that it will take any more time.
No, I concur. I concur with you.
Could we just try this and see that
I think
I
what-
think that it came up with the change in the land use department. That's the ordinance that triggered this, I think, because it was so voluminous and there were so many changes. And maybe not having it in front of you as many times as the rest of the governing body did what didn't benefit you. And I think that when I change it, before it gets to, like, I'll have something at workshop that I'll say will be on for first reading the next week, that may not be.
But what difference does it make?
Not-
Why does it not when we get together and look at each other?
All right, hold on.
I understand what you're saying. Sometimes when you get like in that particular instance, typically I'll say to you like we did with the checklist or like we did with some other land use ordinances, whatever it might be. With that particular ordinance, Helene had a draft. That draft was workshopped. And then on first reading, it changed. That's why this issue came up. And that's because I had to take this working draft, and fit it into our existing ordinance. And sometimes that's a little bit more complicated.
But let me just be clear. One more thing, Ms. Smith. What I'm saying is, we workshop things. We're communicating. You may bring something up at that time, okay, that you know about, and I have no opportunity to research it. I have no opportunity to do my homework. So I'm spending, communicate.
I see what you mean, but there's more to my thoughts than just that. See, we have gotten into the habit of not really workshopping and then having a regular meeting. All the meetings seem to be, how many do we take action? I don't think we should take action at workshop meetings unless it's really, really important. And at a time.
I think we could take action at a
Right.
workshop meeting as long as it's not on an ordinance. Because if we use the workshop meeting to be the only place to do a first reading by introduction of an ordinance, that would give you the opportunity to do the vetting that you're asking for.
But that's what I'm saying, is
Maybe I'm just being too simplified, but we do introduce certain ordinances at meetings that are not workshop meetings.
You can't simplify things in Howell Township.
Certain times when we introduce ordinances at regular meetings, and there are certain times when we introduce ordinances on first reading at workshop meetings because timing is sensitive. It's
Right,
not.
but
We don't typically introduce ordinances at a workshop meeting, but there are certain resolutions that have to be passed.
But
Right.
I have to say, what I have seen happen with, a lot of times we've seen members of the public come up and give us suggestions, give us information. I can think of a number of them that we ended up scrapping. I really scrapping, yeah, and I think that, and since I've been in council, I think that there's been but that's been a good thing. Because the dog ordinance, I could go
where
through.
I'm going. We
but-
all discussed back and forth, them, us, whatever,
Mhm.
at a workshop meeting. And at our workshop meetings are, except for something that's gonna be voted on, the public speaks at the end of the meeting. They can contribute then. And
I understand exactly what you're saying. I do think there has been an effort to see everything in advance, like Councilman Nacastro was talking about, and having the discussion in advance. I have no objection to your proposal at all. As I said at our meeting, we discussed this before. The more times that we can discuss it, I just don't want to get in a situation where we are. I see sometimes we have meetings over and over again about some topic, and we're not getting it done.
Right.
So I don't know that
I
necessarily.
think this would be more conducive to
Okay.
getting it done.
Well,
Because it's, if we have, it's just an extra little discussion. And if there's no reason for it, and if you choose to introduce it at that time, you always have that option.
I'm game to do it, but there's nothing about an extra little discussion I've seen in my 6 years up here. I'm letting you know now, okay? If it's anything that's the slightest bit controversial, all it does is add some pain. So, I'm all for it.
I think we need to it sounds like we need to do a couple things. We should try to reverse what seems to be normal now, that ordinances should be placed for first reading for introduction, mostly at workshop meetings, because the format of that meeting lends itself to more open conversation than it does at a regular meeting when you just pass it by reading. And when the change occurs between workshop meeting and the next regular meeting where a change can occur, instead of waiting until that Friday when it gets bound and put in, we may need to improve the way that that gets back and forth to all the council people so we don't have to go into the third meeting to do it.
I just have a question.
Well,
I
but
just have a
not
question, and
substantial.
maybe you already talked about this when I was out of the room, so I just want to clarify. I understand the first reading at a workshop, the second reading at a regular meeting. What about the discussion?
That's usually at a workshop.
So, okay, so that would be
So-
2 months.
That's my concern.
Well, no, it could.
I think it's going to be fact sensitive. I think everybody realizes that there are certain issues that we could streamline, like the
Right,
checklist.
right.
That's not a big deal. It's not
Right.
complicated.
On those major ordinances is what we'll only do it on.
More complicated or something
Right,
new.
right,
and-
right,
Not a
sure.
Because the ones that we trip over are things where wording is not quite right, and
Right.
it winds up not being a substantial change that
Right.
winds up
I just
delaying it
wouldn't
anyway.
want to be taking
No.
2 months on simple,
Right.
you
I
know,
don't think we-
simple
I don't think we
things.
need to do that.
Okay, I just want that clarified. No,
No.
that's fine.
We're
I
not,
have
we're not
no- I
looking
have-
to delay it. I think we're looking to have the right
More
discussion
comprehensive,
at
sir.
the right
Right.
meeting type.
Absolutely, that's fine.
You have your direction. 7C2, we're not doing. 7C3, solar ordinance relief request.
This is actually not relief from the solar ordinance. It just happens to be that Mr. Reagan's project was the first solar ordinance. It was the same issue that was brought up at the time of, we discussed this ordinance, which is our tree removal ordinance, and the fee associated with that. And Mr. Reagan is here requesting or petitioning the council for relief from the our ordinance as it's written. So he has a different proposal.
I'm sorry, before I hear your proposal, can you just tell me, just in very quick?
Yeah, we charge
What are we looking at right now?
$35,000 per acre for tree removal. So if somebody wants to clear cut or remove trees on any property, if it's 1 acre, if it's more than an acre, right? It's 35,000. If you can't replace the trees, it's 35,000 per acre.
How many acres does he have?
70.
And
So it's only 2.45 million?
That's correct.
And let me, again, I want
It's
to,
a deal killer.
I think
That's all.
I get this, but I want to make sure I got it right. So that rule that you just said is an ordinance regardless of what the use is?
Correct.
And the
And
reason,
most circumstances, it works the way it's
you're
supposed
clearing
to.
part of the land.
And you could typically replace the tree. There are certain circumstances where it's like this.
Because it's
You
a
can't
solar
even
farm,
proceed.
you can't replace trees.
And you can't even move forward with the project.
Okay.
Okay, what are you asking for, sir?
Good evening. I'm asking, we've
Name and
agreed,
address, please, for the record.
I'm sorry, Rick Reagan, Solar Wind Energy, 30 Jackson Road, Medford, New Jersey. I'm the architect and solar developer that told you 4 months ago that I'd decided I'd like to do something good for the world and make money while I'm doing it. It's becoming a question about the second part at the moment. The ordinance that was written, this is in an industrial zone. It's on Randolph Road, directly across from Arnold Steel, and directly adjacent to the Larrabee substation. So the parcel permits industrial uses on it, and permits, as an industrial use, more clearing than we agreed to do under the solar ordinance. We agreed to preserve a minimum of 30% of the trees, so 70% clearing. It's a 100-acre tract, so for the 70 acres, it'd be 70 acres out. Now, I went to it's zoned industrial, however, so theoretically, if you have an industrial use, you'd have some clearing. Secondly, we went to the solar PV watts catalog that tells you how many acres.
What would you like
Oh.
from us?
Sorry.
Might be able to make
I
it
would-
simple for
You
you.
start to talk about watts and solar catalogs, you're losing me.
My proposal is to pay you $100,000 at the time that we hook up and pay you $20,000 a year for the next 14 years after that, which is
$380,000.
14 times 20 is 280 plus 100, 380, right? And the proposal, therefore, is based on a unique set of circumstances, which is important, that for every 1 megawatt of power being generated is the equivalent of saving 8.1 acres of forested land. And nobody else has that equivalency. In industrial use doesn't have the equivalency. Nothing else has that equivalency.
Okay.
May I speak?
Absolutely, Councilwoman Smith. I'm just waiting to hear you again.
Mr. Reagan.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like you, as I said before, I'm a very upfront person, so I'm going to tell you right now I'm the biggest problem here.
Okay.
But I want you to know I have nothing against what you're doing. I wish you lots of luck. I agree with solar energy. I think it's wonderful, and I agree with your project, and I hope you make money too.
But she wants you
But
2.45
no. It has nothing to do with money, not really. Money is a means to an end. Your figures are, I have read them other places, and I understand them, but I'd like you to understand that that's globally. That's not right here in Howell Township. That's not your immediate neighbors. SED zones also have a lot of residents. The people who live in Howell Township, here in Howell Township, need the clean air that all those trees produce. So the trees are important to me. Now, the 30 acres, and I need to know, please, the 30 acres that you're leaving, are they heavily forested?
Yes,
30
ma'am.
acres
Totally.
are not?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they in a buffer?
Yes, ma'am. All around the property.
And about how wide?
It's 100 feet along
That's what I
Randolph
thought.
Road and 300 feet from the creek.
Well, I believe that is a C1.
It's a C1 creek.
Yep.
That's right.
Very good. I would like to see trees replanted in the area, not just money in an account somewhere. Our trust account for the trees, and I haven't discussed this with anybody else, so if you object, please say so, any of you.
I always think we can use that money to do the landscape at the Global Building.
No, no, please. Our fund requires that public places, parks and whatnot, that planning's for that. But in this one occasion, and that's why I'm bringing it up now, it would have to be a special agreement, and please stop me if my suggestion is wrong.
It's a limited waiver, essentially.
Right, so we can make any kind of agreement that is agreeable to both of us.
On some level, yeah.
Okay, on some level. My suggestion is that whatever the amount of money, and I am not I'm not going where the amount of money now, but whatever amount of money, I'd like to see trees planted in the area, even if they have to be donated to people's yards.
Mrs. Smith, our ordinance actually allows for that. We can, alternatively is, I guess it would be like a hybrid relief. You could replace trees elsewhere throughout the town. We actually went through this with Walmart. BJ's, who was it?
Yes.
One of them, BJ's. So it's not unlike that project.
So, do you understand where I'm coming from? And my other concern, so you can handle it all at once, is if you take down 70 acres of trees all at once and it's not stabilized, it plays havoc. We have 3 reservoirs. We feed 3 reservoirs in Howell Township. A small portion of the north is Swimming River, our Manasquan Reservoir, and the Metedeconk feeds Brick.
Mm-hmm.
Plays havoc with your neighbors if it's not stabilized, plays havoc with the purification of the water, the filtering of the water in the reservoirs. So I would like to make sure that it's, and I'm not an engineer, so don't misunderstand if I say something that might be a little out of the way, if there's some kind of a schedule to, as you take down the trees, stabilize.
It's required under the county soil conservation.
He
What-
still has
what-
to go to the board.
Right, what's gonna wind up happening is he's gonna have to go to the board. However, the woodlands ordinance, there can't be any relief granted by the board. It would have to come from the governing body, which is really why he's here. But under the freehold soils requirements, he would have to do that anyway. But I understand you want him to phase.
Hold on, I want to, Mr. Dunn, what would he have to do?
Well, I think what Councilwoman Smith is indicating is instead of just clearing 70 acres, maybe he staged it somehow to not be as much of an impact as it may be. However, they would still be required by freehold soils, the Soil Conservation District, to comply with their stabilization requirements.
So even if we said yes, they may say no.
No, not at all. They govern soil erosion and sediment control. So any of the runoff or siltation that may occur because trees are uprooted and you have bare ground.
I know this, and thank you, but I do understand this. But my point is, I'd like to see us be responsible. So you wouldn't just be responsible to freehold soils, you'd be responsible to us too.
Anybody else?
I think I
But if
am.
you did what you had to do, you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I think I am responsible to you as well.
Mr. Reagan, just give me, are you done, Mrs.?
Yes, thank you.
Just give me your proposal again, 100,000.
$100,000 at the time of the connection to the grid, because we have to connect to the grid, and $20,000 a year for every year thereafter for 14 years. And the reason for that 15 years is that that's the life of the solar SREC, which is the machine that pays the money.
My concern, and I want to be fair, but you know, as a member of the planning board, I've seen a lot of things happen where things don't happen. So I would like to see the 100,000 at the time of the clearing.
Fine, that's fine.
Thank you.
Now, just to let you know, I'm a landscape architect and an architect, so I hear what you say, and I have lots of experience doing these kind of jobs.
If you change it, we're okay.
Yeah, I actually was thinking that at the time of clearing is actually typically what we usually ask for, so that would.
Thank you. Thank
What
you.
wasn't happening after the fact? Deputy Mayor?
Fine.
Councilwoman? Okay. All right.
How about $25,000 a year?
You knew that was coming. I'm not as concerned about that, but, you know, what happens if you're still doing solar there after 14 years? If you're still doing solar after 14 years,
Yeah.
I think you should still be paying the town. If you're not, that's fine. If you're not still generating revenue.
Let me,
Subject to his.
can we say, revisit that, because there may be a bill coming out that will grant the town some additional funds, and if that happens, it would be, it would be another fund on top of that fund, which could be substantial to the town.
Okay, but if you're still generating revenue from solar 15 years from now,
I would only be generating money from the sale of energy alone, not from any SRECs. SRECs will go away by that time.
But what if they didn't, though? Would you be willing to tie it to?
If SRECs don't go away, sure, that'd be no problem.
okay. McKenna?
Yeah, I think actually just confirming that with Bill.
Follow that? Yeah, and if you're not, I understand.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
That's fair.
Fine, and I'll work it out with
is
Bill.
So is it a consensus of the governing body?
Just
Okay,
renegotiate the agreement at that point.
what?
We don't even have one, it's just
Right.
going to be some sort
Right.
of relief that he'll bring
Okay.
to the board.
I think you have your general direction for the governing body here,
Okay.
and make sure you adjust Councilwoman Smith's.
No, we'll address, she's getting this extra 5 in the extra years, but the, but the notion of planting somewhere else, that'll be, we'll work that
Okay.
out. Thank you very much, I appreciate your time, especially after this evening.
Thank
No,
you.
today was a walk in the park. My son's birthday, it was a great day.
All right, it's 11:30. It's also the anniversary of Elvis's
Okay,
demise. Well, this is fresh in our minds.
Yes.
fresh.
This is the business about us having some kind of regulations to mimic or maybe make a little bit stronger so that we're in control of the same type of thing that freehold soils is, because it does play havoc. That actually is the main reason for our high water prices, because it takes so much, simplifies it, work, mechanical, whatever. It takes so much to filter the water.
I could talk to the members of the planning board about that, as well as some of the other professionals.
Good.
But I don't want to make that
Public
decision.
hearing on
I
ordinances.
just wanted to point out to everyone that this is a reason, this is something that I'd like to see go forward.
Okay.
Public hearing on ordinances. 8A1, amend Chapter 115, criminal history background. Ordinance number 0-11-2, introduced and passed the first reading on 6/28/11, and published according to laws now be taken up for further consideration of public hearing. Affidavit of publication of this ordinance, the other Park Press issue is 7/111 and 8/111 is submitted as noted. A copy of the ordinance has been posted on the bulletin board. Municipal building, a copy is available to the general public upon request. Ms. Howell, please read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the Township of Howell amending Chapter 115 entitled Criminal History Background Check of the Revised General Ordinances of the Township of Howell.
This time, I'd like to open the meeting to the public. If you'd like to speak about this ordinance, come on up, sir. No problem. It's not this morning yet.
Almost morning.
State your name and address, please, for the record.
Peter Canal, I'm 239 Moses Mills Drive in Howell. I'm here on behalf of Howell South Little League and also as a concerned citizen and coach in Howell Township.
Okay.
I thought that the program Kid Safe was great when it came out. It was a step in the right direction. It worked out well. I think the ordinance takes us back a little bit, causes a little chaos between the different clubs in town. I don't know if you know, but coaches that coach one sport coach another sport, and there is a need for a...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but don't you think somebody should make a motion that we extend the time?
Now, let's go. Come on. Keep going.
You don't want me to extend the
It's
time?
okay.
So there's a need for a centralized database to share that information with the different clubs. The way the program works with the state, only one entity will receive the background check. So now that information lies with one club. And that's a problem sometimes, getting it from another club. People, it's all volunteer work here. You know, people change. They're, you know,
Mr. Schlegel?
Well, there's a couple things. I don't know if you've spoken to Kevin Foley, who's, I think, president of Howell Soccer. I don't know, maybe you guys would, Howell Soccer Club. What they've decided to do is they're actually using instant verification, who's going to handle administratively all their stuff. But to your point, so if anyone needs help with that, if you want to talk to Kevin, because he's already made the changes and they've picked up what KidSafe did for him. I don't know if they'll do it as a group to be able to put that, you know, if they're going to handle it the same way. I do believe that they are, because what they're charging is the same exact thing that KidSafe was charging. So I have to assume that instant verification is another company similar to KidSafe that would do that. That being said, what we've done is put together a searchable PDF. So if you send to us your information for your coaches, then we will post it on our website, and you'll be able to search that. So you'll be able to search, for example, the people that coach Howell basketball, let's just say, sake of argument. You have a coach who says that they were fingerprinted by that organization. You'll be able to go on and search his name on the database.
Okay, so you're gonna handle the central database.
Well, I mean, we will, unless the organizations, all the organizations decide as Kevin did. He actually had sent me an email saying that he didn't understand what the questions were about the fingerprinting, because he had contacted this company known as Instant Verification, and they're taking care of everything. So I would have to assume that maybe you guys can get together and, you know, but if you can't, and if they don't do it, then we will certainly provide that.
Our information won't be as good as what you give us.
No, and that's fair, and that's what needs to happen, because that information
Yeah.
needs to be shared.
Well, what
There's
had
a big cost, you know, every time somebody goes to get fingerprinted.
And what happened is that the township, the taxpayers were picking up that $12 for every person, that was going to KidSafe. And two things, we're not in a position any longer to pick that up, that cost up, and secondly, KidSafe stopped providing us with originally all the things that they were supposed to be providing. So they were unable to meet that contract and their obligations. So that's why we're at this point.
And that's fine. I mean, did anybody ask the clubs if they would pick up that cost? You know, the
Well,
$12?
that's up to you. That's
Yeah.
that's what we're saying, is that, you know, if you decide to go with that other company, it's the same $12.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a problem with that. It's just that we don't have the data anymore. Like if another
No,
club
we
does
put it on.
You put it on. but
Yes,
it's
we
only
did.
as good as the data that's provided. But
Right,
yet we're
but in
the-
all fairness, it's only as good as what KidSafe provided. There's no difference here. KidSafe was very lax in providing information. So you're correct. It's only as good as what's provided to us. That being said, it was only good as what KidSafe was providing.
Because that's where it came from to begin with. That's where it is now.
Right, and so is this ordinance going to allow for the grandfather of that data? Because it doesn't address that.
You mean in terms of it, let's say somebody just got their fingerprint done last year.
Yeah.
Then you get that 4 years.
Well, 3, I guess now.
Well, only if your license, only if your fingerprinting is expiring this year, you'll get that extra.
For instance, I expire in December.
Then you have to get renewed.
But it says 3 years, and mine was a 4-year appointment.
But you'll
Oh,
have
no,
to-
that's okay.
No,
So my
no.
grandfather
You're,
then?
Yeah,
no,
'cause he's
no,
4
he
years in
expires
December.
but your 4 years expires in December, correct?
Right.
So then when you renew, you have to get it done every 3 years. That's what
Right. Yeah.
You would have to have gotten it done anyway.
I
It's
have no
just that your
problem with
new one
that.
is
I'm
one
just
less.
saying it didn't address, you know, the people that already have, you know, background checks, and if in fact they'll be able to carry over with the new ordinance.
The intent of the ordinance is to make sure that all the volunteers are fingerprinted. And we feel, as you do, as being an official of Howell South Little League, that you're going to do it. Like, we know, we feel that the people that have been involved for many years and new people, we would assume that the reason that you're volunteering is you understand the importance of the safety to the kids.
Yeah, I
So,
just don't want to have to pay for the 4 different clubs that I coach for.
No.
oh, you
don't have-
absolutely do not. You
No, what you've
absolutely do
done,
not.
then you're good for all 4.
And the
Yeah.
data that we received, by the way, was the data that we got. We did acquire the data because we felt that, you know, we owned the data that KidSafe had. So we pushed and we were able to get that. Right, so we were able to get that data from KidSafe.
Yeah. Well, I would just wish that the ordinance maybe waited until you had some of the clubs in here to talk about, you know, their needs, you know, and time.
But we're really not.
I don't think it's changed, though.
Yeah,
I don't
it-
think
You're not doing anything different. What are you doing differently? Other
Well,
than you're going
we
to
have
now
get
be
a
getting the VRN number,
Right,
right?
which takes time. And then we got to schedule these folks to, you know, get done, which was handled
Yeah,
before
I know.
through a
Yeah.
different company.
Right, no, I can
And then now we have
understand.
to maintain the records.
Mhm.
Some of these clubs don't even have offices to maintain the records, so
Well-
to try to get it
Well, what
later.
you could do, I mean, this is just a suggestion from somebody that had handled the records, actually the physical fingerprints at that time, because they didn't use electronic fingerprinting. I actually maintained ink fingerprints. Is that when you receive the letter, okay, the approval letter, and you check off that coach has been approved, you could give that letter to the applicant so that you have your letter. Let's say you're fingerprinted for Howell South. You actually have that information, because that's what you're going to get as a club. You're not going to get any information, any personal information. You're going to get a letter that says, I actually meant to bring a letter with me because I had one, and it'll just say approved or not approved. And if it's not approved, you'll get no information. The applicant then would have to, you know, get the information from the state police and decide whether to appeal or not.
But you're planning on handling, listing the
Yes.
the coaches.
What we would like to do is, I mean, in a perfect world, we'd like everybody to get together and use one one company. but we don't promote any special, company. So that being said, we're willing to, as I said, keep the searchable database. We're asking that everybody supply us with the information in compliance with the ordinance, and we'll post it in a searchable PDF file on our website.
But couldn't you have continued to manage what you did before with a different company and just charge the clubs that fee?
We really wanted to, we're not in the position, we don't have the staff any longer, we don't have the,
But a company's
we're-
managing the data. You're just,
Right.
you're just,
But
you
now
know.
you're just filing with the company instead of us.
We got how many clubs in town all trying to do
But
that?
my guess is there's probably only, like at the time, there's only Kid Safe. My guess is that right now, there's not a number of companies, and I would think that, you guys could probably get together and figure that out.
Well, like I said, I'm just
Our concern is really that everyone's fingerprinted. That's the bottom line. We don't really want to get into the administration if we don't have to. But of course, we want to assist. So we have, like I said, we've gotten the data that exists, and we're putting it in. We put it into a searchable PDF, and we're hoping that when you give us your data, then we'll add it. And
how long do you have for this to go into effect? 20 days.
Yes.
So you realize that some of these clubs may not be in compliance when this goes into effect, and therefore it could jeopardize their fall season. So whose number should I give for the parents to call when we can't play ball?
Well, we've been doing this since April.
Well,
and
you sent emails out to
yeah, but
to
my
people
curiosity is that
aren't in charge anymore.
But how, I'm thinking that I know the soccer club is fairly large. They were able to already have this in place and get it done. So maybe if you would, I'm just saying, maybe if you call them.
I know what I have
and-
to do now.
But I
you
mean,
know.
they've already, already gone through the,
Right.
through the process. They got their VRN, they've already,
Well, I've just been appointed.
Okay.
On the board, and
Lucky you.
and-
Congratulations.
and in charge of this.
Welcome.
Thank you. The prior people that were on the board that handled this aren't on the board anymore. So those emails went to people that
no, I can
weren't in
understand.
charge.
But I
anymore,
want you to also need to understand, we're going to give you some leeway. We're not going to be there on the 31st day saying,
On the
21st, I'm sorry.
Well, it doesn't.
The important
ordinance
thing,
doesn't say
the
that,
important
and-
thing
Yeah.
is that you get those coaches that are up. I don't know if you know how many you have, but it's not going to be 100 that are expiring because it's staggered. So you need to get those coaches that are expiring, just get them out there and get them fingerprinted.
And you would have had to have done that anyway.
I have no problem doing that. Just that right now, it's a little different because, we have to get a VRN number, that takes time, and then you gotta schedule appointments, that takes time, and that's a process, and,
Well, you seem like a go-getter. You're here at 11:45 on a Tuesday night, so,
well, like I said, I'll do it. It's just a matter of the club is concerned about the fine, and, we don't wanna move forward into something that is
we're
gonna
not into filing
jeopardize that. So as long as we can have that on the record, we're good.
you. We're not into filing you right now.
6 months.
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
for coaching and giving
All right.
yourself to the community. Thank you very much. Anybody else from the public? Good evening.
So Jeremy Treadwell, 653 Squonkin Yellowbrook Road in Farmingdale, and also a member of Pinelanders Soccer Club. I think we talked about this extensively last time. So actually I'll start in reverse. Did I just hear you say that you wouldn't be fining us?
Who?
You.
On the first?
On any time.
What?
What did you talk about not fining us? Did you just say?
No. We're not going to be all over you on the first day.
Well,
So why don't
okay.
you have this done?
So,
okay?
so I have a question about the ordinance, because the ordinance is really, I think, is really a poor document.
Is what?
It's really a poor document. So a question about the
Okay,
ordinance.
what is it that you would like changed
Well,
about this?
first question is for the fine, because you implementing a fine of up to $2,000. So how is the fine for violations going to be policed?
How is the fine going to be?
Policed. How are you going to implement the fine?
How is it policed now?
There isn't a fine anymore. This is a change to the
Any other
ordinance
code
that we're
enforcement
voting on
ordinance?
tonight.
Forget about the fine. How are we enforcing it now?
I think it's who's going to police the organizations as to whether or not they have their
Right.
fingerprinting.
And how are
right?
you going to implement the fine?
Are you asking me if you have a coach and someone finds out that they're not fingerprinted, then you'll get a summons.
Who
Right.
is the fine directed at?
The teams,
The
the
clubs.
sponsoring
The club,
organization,
right.
yes.
Right. Okay. So how are you going to police that?
I don't know you're asking.
You don't know what I'm asking.
I mean, you're asking me
How
how
do
am I
you-
going to police it? If we find out that the organization has a coach that's not fingerprinted, then the organization will then get a summons.
Right.
You will then have to go to court.
And the
Who-
judge decides.
Who will go to court?
Representative of the sponsoring organization.
Who's will this be on the record of that person? Is this a personal?
No, it's a nonprofit entity.
So the organization gets a fine. It doesn't go on a personal, because it talks about
Correct.
convictions.
Correct.
So somebody's being convicted. So how will you know which organizations are in compliance and which are not?
When there's a complaint.
When there's a complaint. So you'll investigate complaints. That's how you intend to
That's how we
enforce this.
police our code enforcement regulations.
All our ordinances.
So you wait for a complaint from the public for somebody saying you're
Well,
not
if
in
there's
compliance.
something obvious that but in this
Hold on.
particular
Oh,
case.
hold on. Hold on.
Aren't we don't we have a requirement that annually fingerprinting is required to be done?
Yes.
Okay.
Every
so-
4
so-
years or whatever, right.
So at our discretion, since it's our ordinance, don't we have the capability of reviewing that?
Yes.
Okay, but we're doing it as necessary.
Right.
We would have no idea.
None of that is changing because of this.
You never had a fine.
All right.
The only
In the
thing that
ordinance.
we're doing any differently is we are now attaching a penalty to it.
Yes, and that was
So the
right.
process of how we do that is not changing a single bit.
Well, see, I'm asking these questions because I don't know what the process is, because there is no process attached with this ordinance. It's just, here's an ordinance, if you're in violation, here's a fine.
There's no
Right.
what attached to it?
There's no process attached to the ordinance. I asked you this last time.
Well,
Now,
what do you mean, the process attached to the ordinance?
I'm
If you
losing
get
you
cited,
here.
the process is that you go in front of the judge, and that's the process.
But I don't understand your process in deciding who is in compliance and
Well,
who
if
is
you
not
give
in
us a
compliance.
list and there's somebody on there who doesn't have a fingerprint, their fingerprinting done, or it's expired and they didn't get it renewed, then the sponsoring.
Where are you getting the information about who is or who has
Don't
or
you give
has?
us a list?
But you give,
If we give you a list of coaches, right?
and are you going to give us a
are you
list that's
asking-
not
you're asking,
true?
does the ordinance doesn't require us to give you a list of coaches, does it?
It does,
Where does
actually.
it require that?
It's in,
I don't have the ordinance in front of me.
it's in there. Actually, that's one of the
Then
changes
we have to give you a
made.
list?
Yes.
It's
So there is
B, any sponsoring agency must submit on an annual basis prior to the beginning of any seasonal activity or program to Howell Township Rec Department and the Manager's Office a certified list of all prospective or current employees or volunteers who have fingerprinted in accordance with the chapter to ensure compliance with same. Failure to do so will result in the penalties set forth herein.
So we have to give you a list of all our coaches on what date? Prior to the season, right?
Come on. What are you doing? I'm serious.
I'm wondering what's your position in this
Yeah,
organization?
I'm a board member of Pineland Soccer Club.
Okay, what are you doing here?
I'm trying to understand. So you're changing,
Okay.
changing a lot of things.
We
about
want
the
you to
process.
have all your coaches fingerprinted, every
Yeah.
last one of them.
I understand that.
Okay, we want you to give us a list. Okay? If we get a complaint that one of your coaches is a fingerprinter, we get a complaint from somebody in your league, okay, we find out that somebody is not fingerprinted, we're going to send something, we're going to send a summons to your organization.
Okay,
Okay, we are.
you're going to do that if you get a complaint. I mean,
How else are we going to know, sir?
that's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, what do you
because-
want
If
us
we
to
get the
do?
list and it's not the person on there, it's somebody finds out the person on there
Let
is
me
not
just ask,
fingerprinted.
and let me just ask a question.
How do you know if someone steals?
I need a break.
The administration of all of the clubs are going to want to comply. There's no one, I find it very difficult to believe that the president of any volunteer youth organization in this town does not want to comply.
I got to tell you, I'm a little concerned because it sounds like he doesn't
No,
want
we
to
absolutely
comply.
do want to comply, but what I'm trying to understand is...
You don't
is
wanna
what the
comply.
No, I do want to comply.
Well, then comply. There's a process. and I'm not trying to be funny, there's a process that you're already doing. Continue to do what you're doing.
Right, but you took the process away.
We didn't take the process away. The process of who was doing it for you.
Right, we just, that's the only thing now we've taken away. There's nothing else. The intent is still, all your coaches need to be fingerprinted. That's the intent of the,
Right, we support that. I mean, I think the ordinance needs more review. I think it needs
I
to be
disagree.
some
I
discussion.
respectfully disagree.
Okay.
You know, a parent pays X amount of dollars to have their kid play.
Mhm.
There's an expectation. I expect that club to make sure that the people that are coaching my kid is responsible. What I don't want, I want to pay that fee to have my kid. I don't want the taxpayers to pay the fee for that fingerprinting.
Right.
So that's the intent.
Okay.
We are now no longer passing out $12 onto the taxpayers. It's the parents' responsibility. Nobody ever paid for my kid to play sports. I don't want them to pay for me to be fingerprinted when I coached.
Right.
With that said, everything is the same. I don't know where we're missing.
There's a lot of changes, crossings out and so on in the ordinance that you're voting on tonight.
Well,
right?
what we did was
But the thing that's not changed is it says, it says, the things that aren't changed say you need to do background checks or fingerprint checks.
I understand.
So what changed?
Well, there's a lot of changes in the ordinance.
Yeah.
There's a lot of crossing.
The
things crossed
number
out.
of
I mean,
years
who does,
and
who does what?
the number of years, who will handle
Right.
the records, and the penalty. That's the only three things that have changed.
Can I just ask, are you, let's be pragmatic about this, you know, and I believe me, we all know that you are volunteering, there are volunteers here, and it's a huge undertaking, and I know that. So as it's going to be adopted, is there a problem, do you have a problem complying with this? That's what I want.
We do have a problem right now complying because
Okay.
of the kind of issues that the last speaker talked about. I mean, we've been actually pretty slow about getting it going, and there are issues with getting fingerprinting appointments. We've been trying hard to get our coaches
Okay,
to
so,
work
but you've
But
heard.
it's not. I'm not talking about the current compliance. I'm talking about ongoing. Do we have a process in place that is going to be applied consistently? Now, what you're telling me is that it is, because you're looking for you know, complaints about coaches not being fingerprinted. I mean, I'm just not sure how you are going to manage this process. You know, you've had issues in the past dealing with it. You passed it on to KidSafe. KidSafe, I agree, they did not do a great job. It was hard to get the information, particularly at the end. But there was a process in place that seemed to us to work.
But I've been doing this for 9 years.
Right.
9 years.
Mhm.
Okay? We have not had, first off, I will tell you this, in 9 years, I would say maybe 9 people have appealed. Okay? Because I've been in every appeal.
Right.
Not one person has not been allowed to coach because they were turned down for possibly something that happened 30 years
Right.
ago in college or something like that. We haven't had any incident of organizations not complying. So we have no reason to believe that now someone would try to slip in a coach that wasn't.
Well, do you actually?
So we're not
believe-
going to we don't. I mean, there's no indication to us that we would have to actively come to Pinelanders Field, Hoffman Field, and go to every single person that's coaching to ensure that they're fingerprinted. The administration of each league has a implied responsibility when they take that position that they are going to comply with the fingerprinting ordinance. So there's no reason for us to think that we have to police it.
Right.
In the sense of, unless there's a complaint or someone has a concern, then we would certainly at that point check that concern out.
I would think the board of each organization would do the policing when it comes to making sure that
Well,
they're
if you would like
coaching.
us, if you would like us to hire an
Councilwoman Smith, you're
investigator
absolutely
and
correct.
build the leagues, we will.
No,
Is that what you would like us to do?
My concern is whether there is, you know, I'm trying to just get things clarified because my concern is that if there is a penalty now, which was not there before, right, that penalty and the application of that penalty will be consistent across all clubs if it's to be used. Now, if you don't think it's going to be used, then
Well, Yeah, I don't even know why you would say that.
Well, because I don't understand how you're actually policing it, but I guess I do. I think you
I don't
explained it.
anticipate, to be honest with you, based on past experience, I do not anticipate any club being fined, because there's no indication to us that a club wouldn't comply.
Yeah, I don't get this.
I mean,
every board of every organization I've been involved with put the safety of the children first. Okay, every single club I've been involved with for numerous years, I put the safety of the children paramount, at the top of the list of what they were doing. What am I missing here?
There's no question that I don't think anybody does not support this.
Okay, all right.
Does not support the background check. There's no question about that. The question is around the fact that we had a consolidated, centralized process that people used that's now gone away, and everything that you're talking about, I'll assume that the clubs will get together and do this, that the other clubs haven't been getting together and doing this. The information was sent to an obsolete email list back in April. You got clubs that didn't even know about this until a few days ago. So I mean,
we've been talking about
you and I have, but we're not. I'm not the club. The other clubs.
So then, but the other clubs aren't here.
I understand.
Well, no, because we've
some are.
received some correspondence from some of the other clubs that
So-
they're fine
Okay.
with it.
I mean, there's three of us here tonight who just aren't
No,
sure.
yeah. That's.
So
To the mic.
We've received correspondence via email, telephone calls with the basketball teams, soccer teams, baseball teams, all have complied.
Everybody's happy.
Well, the phone
Well,
calls
I don't
that
even,
I've received,
I wish I could read you,
I
you
guess
know,
if they
Kevin's
weren't, they
email,
would be
but
here.
I can't because he didn't okay it. But the
You should have seen
The
the uproar
intent-
7, 8 years
they
ago.
can't-
Everybody had to be fingerprinted.
no the information, the correspondence that we received from
All right.
some of the other clubs, or they don't understand why they just wanted to know, did it go into effect yet? They've already applied for their VRN, they're moving forward and whatever.
Okay, is there anything else that you'd like from us? Other than you want to understand the process?
No, I think I'll pass. At this
Okay.
point. I think the legislation should be reviewed because I don't think it stands up.
Okay.
I think let me just mention one thing, and I won't get into discussion about it. But for example, it talks about the review committee, which I understand is the recreation director, the town manager, and the police chief.
Yeah.
But it suggests that they actually give the information to the clubs if somebody's been turned down.
Well, they have to.
But how do they get that
The
information?
Well, no, here's what happens. The applicant gets you receive a letter.
Who?
Right. The letter says that they're turned down.
You being who? The club?
The club.
Right.
It's just a letter. It doesn't say what for or anything. It just says disapproved. You give that to the applicant. Should the applicant decide to appeal, the applicant gets their record and goes through the appeal process. So that has not changed. Then what happens is the committee then signs off on that person, whether they coach or not.
Okay. Who actually gets the information about the offence?
The applicant.
Because it isn't clear from the legislation.
No, it
that's
doesn't
true.
need to be in the legislation.
All right, it doesn't, but it appears
No.
from the legislation that it
You
does,
do
it
not.
does suggest that.
You do
All
not.
right, let's cut to the chase here. I think everybody in this room can determine over the last 20 minutes that no explanation given to you is going to be good enough.
Well, I don't think that's true. I think
Okay, what answer do you want from me then?
Well,
what answer do you want from me? Nice and simple. What answer do you want from me?
I would like the legislation, the vote on the legislation to be deferred until the clubs have had a chance to understand everything about this and the process they're going to be following.
Okay, that's what you would like.
That's what I would like, yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Member of the governing body, does anybody want to talk about this? Does anybody want to delay this? Or does anybody want to make a motion to approve this?
That we're being fair and saying that we'll give people time
Someone else wants to speak, so.
to catch
Okay.
up with it.
I'm sorry?
That I think equates to the same thing as waiting,
Okay.
don't you?
Yeah, I'm not against anything here. I just want to get at what needs to be done.
You want to go to bed like the rest of us.
No. We have a lot more work to do. We'll be out of here for at least another hour and a half. And that's if there's no discussion.
All right. Kim
State
Roberts.
your name and address, please, for the record.
Kim Roberts, 8 Diamond Lane, Howell, New Jersey. Just a couple things. And the first part with the 3 versus 4 years. I know you had said in the last meeting when I talked to you that it wasn't grandfathered, it was I don't know if some clarification could be put in, whether it's a retroactive thing, whether it's grandfathered, so those people who are 4 years still stay, you know, they're valid through the end of whatever their expiration date.
Whatever their expiration is, whatever their expiration is, if you have somebody that has their fingerprint 4 years ago and they're expiring like that gentleman
December,
in
yeah.
December, then he has to get his done
in December.
It will be good
Right.
for the
'Cause
next
that's
3 years.
not what you said, that's why.
Well, that's
But
what we talked about getting that clarified.
Right, but that's because there was.
So I don't know if that could be spelled out a little bit, but
But
I don't know.
I don't think it has to. I mean, I think
You
it's.
carry out your current
term.
Well, that makes
expiration, and
sense.
then
The
you
only reason
start
I
with
brought
the-
it up, because
Yeah, I didn't know that.
It starts with the passing of the ordinance.
We're all clear now.
Okay.
We got one.
My other thing is really in what they're saying as well. Just the coordination of that information. It's great that soccer's doing instant verification. Howell Girls Softball is not. So
Right, so you just send us your list.
Right. So as long as that list, and you know, again, is there a certain format? Is it all going to be in one list? Is it going to
You
be
just give
multiple
us,
lists?
you give us the list. It's all in one list.
So it'll be
We
one
come-
PDF when
Yeah,
I
that's
go to
correct.
look to see that so-and-so came
That's
from
correct.
Little League,
Sure.
that's what, okay.
Unless they didn't give the township the information.
Right.
And if they didn't, then we can.
Okay? Yeah, then let whoever you have as your coach take that up with the organization he was with or she was with. I don't want to commit political suicide. He or she was with. Okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right?
My guess is that once you start this, that applicants are going to want the letter that you
Right,
receive
and that's
back.
something that we haven't had before to do. So, I mean, that's what,
Yeah.
I didn't know that we
you'll-
haven't actually, we've sent a few people under our new VRN, but we
Right.
haven't received anything back yet, so.
No, how long has it been?
4 weeks.
Yeah. Sometimes they get backed up and,
So, and that's not, I don't think that was during the busy season, so.
yeah.
um,
You'll get a one-page letter with the person's name and, you know, whether they're approved or not.
Okay. All right.
Well, let us know how that works, though. I mean, I'm more interested to hear if you followed it and you had those delays.
Yeah.
There can be a huge delay. I
Excuse
will
me,
tell
can we
you
send
that.
out for pizza?
No.
Yes.
No, I'm just concerned because I know in the past we've had issue even with Kids Safe not posting and people swearing that they went for fingerprinting and they have, you know,
Right.
and there's
And
no.
we paid $12 a person for that service.
Right,
by
and
the
there's
way.
no proof, but now the letter, I mean, we can do that, but I don't know what other people are doing.
Okay.
So that's the only concern.
And seriously, if you need assistance or you have a question, please call my office, and we'll certainly help you out.
Yeah, and I don't know, also, I mean, I'll bring up too, you know, Pete was saying himself, he just found out a couple days ago, literally, I mean, we had that conversation, that's why he's here
Right.
tonight. I know my husband's heavily involved in Howell Basketball Club. They had their first discussion about it 2 weeks ago. I mean, literally, the email addresses that are out there are outdated, and the information isn't
Well, then,
infiltrated out,
then
which
what needs
which
to
is
happen is
unfortunate.
everybody needs to
So-
get it to us. We are not in the business
Right.
of going to get everybody's correct
Yeah.
email. That's not our.
We're
Just out there.
not going to ask you in September who should do
Right.
board of directors in October.
Right.
And I think all
Just
of us
something.
are up here giving you the impression, give everybody that we're not here looking to go out and find people. And we're
Correct.
really,
Generating revenue.
we're not,
Right.
it's just, this is
Oh, yeah, no, I'm
truly
just concerned
just a
about those
change.
clubs that are heads in the sand and,
Well, you know what? I mean, I haven't met a club yet that, like I said before, the safety of our children wasn't paramount on the list.
exactly,
Not one club ever have I seen in Howell Township.
right.
I mean, I'll stand by that. I've been involved in different organizations for many years in Howell Township. I'm involved with Howell Girls
Including
Softball
ours.
for what?
Including ours, yeah.
I've been involved with Howell Girls Softball for a long time. I mean, the safety of the children was tops on everybody's list, so.
right.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your help and service to the people in our community. Nope. No. No. Anybody else in the public? After midnight, it's just a one-shot deal here. I'd like to close the public portion of the meeting.
Should I make a motion to extend our meeting if we haven't
You
done
can make
so?
a motion now. It's 12 o'clock. We were already well past 11 before when Councilwoman Smith wanted to extend it.
Well, I second it, Penny.
All right, give me a roll call, please, to extend the meeting to 1 o'clock.
Mrs. Clark?
Unfortunately, I will vote yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Just because it's an absolute necessity, but not with a whole heart, believe me.
Mr. Gatto?
Yeah.
Mayor Walsh?
I'm going to extend this meeting past 1 because I'm feeling strong right now. Yes. Okay. Anybody from the governing body want to speak about this ordinance?
Make a motion that ordinance number 0-11-21 be finally passed and adopted, and notice of its passage and adoption be published in the 8/19/11 issue of the Asbury Park Press, together with reference to its title only.
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Woman?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. 882, 0-11-22, MCIA 2011 Capital Equipment Lease Program, various equipment. Ordinance number 0-11-22, introduced and passed the first reading on 6/28/11 and published according to law, is now being taken up for further consideration of public hearing. Affidavit of publication of this ordinance in the Asbury Park Press issue is 7/111 and 8/111 is submitted as noted. A copy of the ordinance has been posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building. A copy is available to the general public upon request. Ms. Woman, will you please read the title of the ordinance?
Ordinance authorizing the leasing of certain capital equipment by the Township of Howell, New Jersey from Monmouth County Improvement Authority and the execution of a lease and agreement relating thereto.
This time I'd like to open the meeting to the public. Anybody from the public like to speak about this ordinance? Going once, going twice. I closed the public portion. We won't get to the third time.
Mayor, make a motion ordinance number 0-11-22 be finally passed and adopted, and notice of its passage and adoption be published in the 8/19/11 issue of the Asbury Park Press by reference to its title only.
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. 883, MCIA 2011 Capital Equipment Lease Program, police cars. Ordinance number 0-11-23, introduced and passed the first reading on 6/28/11 according to law, is now being taken up for further consideration of public hearing. Affidavit of publication of this ordinance, the Asbury Park Press issue is 7/111 and 8/111, submitted as noted. A copy of the ordinance has been posted on the bulletin board. Municipal building, and copies available to general public upon request. Ms. Rowley, please read the title of the ordinance.
Ordinance authorizing the leasing of certain capital equipment by the Township of Howell, New Jersey from the Monmouth County Improvement Authority and the execution of a lease and agreement relating thereto.
This time I'd like to open the meeting to the public. Going once, close the meeting to the public. Anybody from the governing body would like to speak about this?
I just have one fast comment. I voted against this at first introduction.
Yes, you did.
I have since gone back and had some conversations with Chief Carter as well as some other council people in the administration. And I feel comfortable that the way we're purchasing vehicles and the way we're staggering these is now acceptable.
Okay,
You've
then
been
I will make,
buying for a long time, though.
Whoa.
That's right.
You know what?
I won't forget that, though.
Yeah. You know what? Would somebody please jot down, Ms. Woman, the minute, the time, and get that verbatim for me so I can put it in a plaque on my wall in my office?
What?
can I make a motion? Because
Go ahead.
it's late. I'm going to make a motion that ordinance number 0-11-23 be finally passed and adopted. Notice of its passage and adoption be published in the August 19, 2011 issue as Park Press by reference is totally only.
And I'll second it.
Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Woman?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Only because he voted for it. Yes. Only because the
Okay.
deputy mayor voted for it.
I see we're getting punchy.
I was going to know that one. 884, approve application for the state incentive grant for Howell Commons Retail Center, subject to New Jersey Economic Development Authority approval. Ordinance number 0-11-24 introduced and passed the first reading on 6/28/11 and published according to laws now being taken up for further consideration of public hearing. Affidavit of publication of this ordinance, the Public Press issue is 7/111 and 8/111 is submitted as noted. A copy of the ordinance has been posted on the bulletin board of the municipal building and copies available to the general public upon request. Ms. Swell, will you please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance of the Township of Howell approving the application for state incentive grant for Howell Commons Retail Center, subject to the New Jersey Economic Development Authority approval.
At this time, I'd like to open the meeting to the public. Anybody from the public? Sandra, you sure? I'd like to close the meeting to the public. Anybody from the governing body would like you to discuss this?
Make a motion that ordinance number 0-11-24 be finally passed and adopted, and notice of its passage and adoption be published in the 8/19/2011 issue of the Asbury Park Press by reference to its title only.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a roll call, please, Ms. Woolman.
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes.
I'm going to really mess you up here.
885, 2011 guarantee ordinance for the police cars. This ordinance authorizes the guarantee by the Township of Howell payment of principal interest of the capital equipment lease revenue bond series 2011, the Monmouth County Improvement Authority. Ordinance number 0-11-25 to pass the first reading at 6/2011. The published court of law is now being taken up for further consideration of public hearing. Affidavit of publication of this ordinance, the report press issue is 7/111 and 8/111 is submitted as noted. The copy of the ordinance has been posted on the bulletin board of the municipal building. The copies are available to the general public upon request.
I can't be
Ms. Foley, please read the title of the ordinance.
Ordinance authorizing the guarantee by the Township of Howell, New Jersey, or payment of principal and interest on the capital equipment lease revenue bond series 2011 Howell project of the Monmouth County Improvement Authority.
What did she say?
It was very clear to me.
At this time, I'd like to open the meeting to the public. Would anybody from the public like to speak about this? This time, I'd like to close the public portion of the meeting with somebody from the governing body.
Make a motion that ordinance number 0-11-25 be finally passed and adopted, and that notice of its passage and adoption be published in the August 19, 2011 issue of the Asbury Park Press by reference to its title only.
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Woolman?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. 9A1, Land Use Escrow Fund for Professional Services. This ordinance amends Chapter 188-168 entitled Escrow Fees for Professional Service to include subsection H, entitled Escrow Account to be maintained by applicant to provide for penalties where applicant fails to maintain sufficient escrow funds. A member of the governing body.
Make a motion to introduce ordinance number 0-11-26 on first reading by title and to order the same be published in the August 19, 2011 issue of the Asbury Park Press together with notice of introduction and passage on first reading by title, and will be further considered for final passage after public hearing at a meeting of the Township Council to be held on September 6, 2011 at 7:30 prevailing time in the municipal building.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Foley, please read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the Township of Howell supplementing and amending Chapter 188-168 entitled Escrow Funds for Professional Services by adding Section H entitled Escrow Account to be maintained by the applicant of the revised general ordinances of the Township of Howell.
Have a roll call, please, Ms. Woolman.
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. 9A2, Land Use Application Checklist. This ordinance amends Chapter 188 Land Use Application Checklist, requires submission by all applicants except for minor subdivision of written statement listing the natural resources identified in the NRI, which exists on the subject set or immediate areas provided in the application checklist. Can I have a member of the council?
Mayor, motion to introduce ordinance number 01128 on first reading by title and to order the same to be published in the August 19, 2011 issue of the Asbury Park Press together with notice of its introduction and passage on first reading by title, and that it will be further considered for final passage after public hearing at a meeting of the Township Council to be held on September 6, 2011 at 7:30 p.m. prevailing time in the municipal building.
Do I have a second?
So this just gets rid of the issue of something was not applicable, it automatically meant it needed a waiver?
It adds it because the the inventory report was never required.
Okay.
And now this adds it to the checklist. If they need a waiver, they're gonna have to request it from the board.
But the item with the strike-through, where it says if it was not applicable, the item should be checked as a waiver
Right. That's on anything on the checklist.
Okay.
We added that a couple months ago.
Okay.
That might have been last year.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Woman?
An ordinance of the Township of Howell, Monmouth County, New Jersey, amending Chapter 188, Land Use, Application Checklist. Roll call, Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro? Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes, please wait till I ask for it next time. 983. 983. This ordinance authorizes 2011 capital items approved during the budget process that got to be funded through the Monmouth County Improvement Authority. Can I get a member of the council to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to introduce ordinance number 0-11-27 on first reading by title and to order the same be published in the August 19th, 2011 issue as Press, together with its notice of introduction and passage of first reading by title, and be considered for final passage after public hearing at the meeting of the Township Council to be held on September 6, 2011, 7:30 prevailing time, municipal building.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Woman, would you please read the title of the ordinance?
Bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements appropriating $558,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $528,500 bonds and notes to finance a portion of the cost thereof, authorized in and by the Township of Howell in the County of Monmouth, New Jersey.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. Did I do 984?
No.
I get a little punch drunk.
Sure.
984, the ordinance authorizes 2011 capital items approved during the budget process not to be funded through the Monmouth County Improvement Authority. There were sewer improvements. Can I get a member of the council? Did I?
All right, I would like to make a motion to introduce ordinance number 0-11-30 on first reading by title and further be published. All right, just stop. On August 19, 2011 issue of the Asbury Press, together with its notice of introduction and passage on first reading by title, and will be further be considered for final passage after public hearing at the meeting of Township Council to be held on September 6, 2011, 7:30 prevailing time in the municipal building.
Second.
Ms. Woman, please read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the Township of Howell appropriating $60,000 available in the Sewer Utility Capital Improvement Fund and authorizing $60,000 for capital improvements in and by the Township of Howell in the County of Monmouth, New Jersey.
What do I need to do now? Roll call?
Would you like a roll call, Mayor?
Roll call.
Yeah, would you please?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. For information purposes only, don't hold me
We
to
got
it.
985.
What?
985, one more.
Oh, there is a 985, where is it?
You want mine?
I don't see it, I don't have it.
Yeah.
Good, I needed it, 985, this is it, huh? Do I have a member of the governing body? I don't know. What is 985? 985.
Maybe Mr. Filiatro could give us a little insight.
I think that's a good idea.
We got a preliminary list of our tax appeals yesterday from the Board of Taxation. When you calculate it out based on our current tax rate, it's $1.35 million of refunds.
What did you just say?
$1,350,000 of refunds
What did you just say?
that have been granted.
Maybe you better look at it on the paper.
I heard it. $1,350,000?
Yes, sir. The town can ill afford to make those refunds out of current tax revenue. The state of New Jersey does have an avenue in the form of this ordinance where we can refund this over a period of 3 years. We actually do finance it and pay for it over a 3-year period. So I don't anticipate this problem going forward since we're doing the hybrid reval. And so we're going to bring all the properties back in line. I think this is a 1-year thing. Time is critical, though, because we must pass this ordinance, have its 20-day period run, which will take it to September 26th, And by statute, we must close on the loan by September 30th. So we are really tight, and it's because of the length of time it took the county board to come up with the judgments. We had over 1,600 appeals.
And this came from residential tax appeals and commercial tax appeals?
These are just the county board. They would be the residential and the small commercials.
And when someone wins an appeal, as you well know, we're responsible for all of the tax.
So that's my question, if I may, Ms. Smith. Does this money include the money that we have to pay the other tax entities?
We are required to pay all the other entities 100% of their tax levy.
Right. School board,
county, board of taxation, fire districts, all get 100% of their money. We have to completely, and it's naturally it's on the full tax rate, so we have to completely absorb.
That's what I was saying, is that we have to absorb the school tax as well as the fire tax, the county tax.
Right, out of the taxes that have been paid in. So when they're paid
But
back,
we had to pay the full amount. We collect all the taxes, we had to pay the full amount.
I understand that.
But now on the appeal, unfortunately, we have to refund that, and we don't get a refund from those entities.
And that's in the process of being changed.
Well,
it
it
is
is
in the process of being changed.
There's legislation, and that's the point. I
That's what I was
think,
gonna
did we
say,
do a
ask
resolution
about.
in support of that?
Yes, we
We
did.
did.
Yes, we
So
did.
I just want to tell all my fellow members here that when we see our legislators, we best tell them that they have to support this and get this. This legislation in Trenton needs to pass this, because these municipalities just can't afford this anymore. We're getting killed.
It's not fair.
One thing that is happening, once we
They
get
make
done with a
benefit
hybrid reval, the county is in a pilot program now to test out this proposed legislation. They actually are going to do the live reassessment. I forget the technical name for it, where they actually do the reassessment annually. And Monmouth County is one of the pilot towns that's going to test this out. And once we get our hybrid reval done, we will be included in that package in years going forward. One of the things that does, it sets the appeal time for November 1st, puts the judgments on as of January 1st, so we're billing out the taxes on the correct assessments as heard by appeal. To hear appeals in the middle of the year is bizarre. We send out our tax bills. Now we're getting told how much the tax bills are being reduced.
It wasn't bizarre to those that don't have to eat it. It was nice to those that didn't have to pay the money.
Absolutely.
Okay, what are we going to do with the commercial appeals? Same thing?
If need be, right now we have not been getting a lot in, so it hasn't been that large. If need be, we do. This is kind of new to me too, so I'm not too sure the process as far as doing the commercials. I do know there's a legislature pending at the state level to give us 3 years to pay the appeals, to actually pay the commercial properties back their taxes, which is very similar to what we're going to be doing here. I don't think that has passed yet. So, I'm going by my professionals. I'm going to consult with them. Right now, we've gotten 3 commercials in the last few months. They aren't at this magnitude anyway. So, I'm monitoring, I'm watching it. Certainly, we get any big ones in, we're going to go back and look at this again and see whether or not we can finance them.
No. I don't want the school board, if any of them would dare watch it this late at night, being upset. But it's just unfair. They get $2 million in extra state aid, and we get hit with a $1.3 million bill. I mean, something just don't jive there.
Why do we have to?
Well, I think that's something that it isn't, obviously, it's not the school board's fault, but
Yeah,
that's.
I'm not mad at them
No,
amendments.
right, but that's why, to Councilman DeCastro's point, I think that's something that as, members of the governing body, that you can talk to the legislatures about and try to get that changed.
I mean,
Because it does put a huge burden on us. I mean, obviously, we couldn't refund this through operating.
But what if we voted no?
Well,
I mean, and I know it's 12:30, and I don't. mean-
Well, here's what would happen.
Here's what would happen, is it would be paid out of current tax revenue. So our tax revenue collection rate would go down,
Yeah.
requiring a larger reserve for uncollected taxes next year. Plus, we would have less revenue to work on next year because we wouldn't have realized our tax revenue this year. So if we don't do this, it becomes a current expense, if you will.
That's right,
Yeah.
exactly, that's what I was starting to say. It would snowball.
It's really handled, as far as the books go, it's handled very much like a non-payer, like a delinquent taxpayer is how it affects our collection rate and our reserve for uncollected taxes. The financing helps to alleviate that somewhat.
We're in a no-win situation.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I would not recommend that you vote no.
We're lucky we got a DPW director like George Cravat save us one.
Well, all I know is he better be 7 o'clock at muster.
I might want to point out, too, we also need state approval on this. We have to go before the local finance board in
Why don't we
September.
let Georgie go home?
No.
He doesn't want to miss it.
So this is time sensitive that we have to pass this tonight?
Yes. If we pass it now or we introduce it now with public hearing on September 6th. 20-day waiting period makes September 26th. We have 4 days to sell the notes. I have to close in the notes by September 30th by statute.
Or you got to take it out of the general?
And I only have one local finance board meeting on September 15th to get this approved at
We
the
have to
state
do
level.
this.
So we have, that's why it's an add-on.
Yeah, there is no alternative.
And just for the public, they need to know that they should email Sweeney, the Senate President, and tell him to get this through, because I know the governor's been asking for this, and it's been held up.
How many tax appeals did you say we had?
About almost 1,600.
That's what I thought you said, 1,500 something.
Yeah.
And how many of them did we lose?
I don't know.
How many of them did we either settle or not win? That's probably a better question.
Yeah, well, that's what it means.
Okay.
There were some that were zero adjustments. There was a large group of them, but I didn't actually count them. I would say it was a small portion.
Yeah.
Well, I know we appealed ours. We were way late in doing it, but we did. And the day that we were here, I'd say 3/4 of the people that were here didn't deserve. I mean, one couple complained because their property was devalued because they look out over the detention basin at Country Meadows, and that's a park. It's a beautiful body of water. It's well landscaped. It's a
Wasn't it an eyesore earlier this evening where the kids were slaying down into the street?
No, it's that's a whole different place, and it's not an eyesore.
Okay.
The berm is a different place, and it is not an eyesore. It's just a place that somebody's going to get hurt.
All right, I need a member of the governing body.
Regrettably, motion to introduce ordinance number 0-11-29, first reading by title, and the order to be stated published in the August 19, 2011 issue of the Park Press, together with notice of introduction and passage on first reading by title, will be further considered final passage after public hearing and meeting in Township Council to be held on September 6, 2011, 7:30 prevailing time in this building. And I'm saying this quickly because it is 11:30. Everybody.
12:30.
Do we have a second?
Second.
It feels like.
Ms. Wellman, please read the title of the ordinance.
Refunding bond ordinance of the Township of Howell in the County of Monmouth, New Jersey, authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $1,353,000 aggregate principal amount of refunding bond series 2011 for the purpose of paying amounts owing to taxpayers for taxes levied in the township and appropriating the proceeds of such refunding bonds to such purpose.
Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Wellman?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro? Mrs. Smith?
Mrs. Smith?
I said yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that. Mr. Gatto?
I'm going to say yes, but I don't like it. I don't like the fact that we did it at 12:30 when we had a room full of people here. This is exactly the type of stuff that the 100 people that were in this room need to know what's going on. We need to do a better job of moving this to the beginning of the meeting when the people understand what this is about. Because we just bonded $1.3 million, and how many people are going to know we did that?
Well, if not, you have to raise the taxes.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'm not,
All right,
I'm saying
He wants them to understand the
this,
situation we're
this
in.
was an
Oh, sure.
add-on
Right.
that we're doing at 12:30, and we get asked every day, why are my taxes not going down?
I agree.
And we're doing this at 12:30 as an add-on, when we should have taken an hour and explained this to the 100 people that were in this room, because half the people in this room were great with posting information on a blog about the global building. Let's get them to put stuff on a blog about this to fix this garbage. We're not leveraging our people and our information the right way. Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
I mean, after that speech, I'm tempted to vote no, but
Well, you know what? I'm half wanting to vote no, just to get this conversation brought up.
listen.
I know, I know that's your
The answer is
response.
yes.
Well, when it comes to public hearing, you'll have to.
The answer is yes. Do you have to do anything else there, Ms. Wellman?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
All right. Municipal offices will be closed Monday, September 5th in observance of Labor Day. We have a meeting Tuesday, September 6th. Executive session at 6:30, regular at 7:30. We have a regular meeting Tuesday, September 20th, executive session 6:30, regular session 7:30.
Oh,
Okay? Would somebody make a motion to adjourn?
Were we supposed to get a copy of strategic plan tonight?
Yes, you're going to be getting that. We got the PowerPoint version, and you're going to be getting an email tomorrow, hard copy of that.
Oh, the PowerPoint. But
the
the actual,
PowerPoint.
the whole narrative was on here, right?
All right, listen, I had to talk about this later. Do I have a second to adjourn?
Yes, second.
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Wellman?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Nacastro? Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gatto?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes, now you can talk about your PowerPoint. But a miracle happened today, just so you know. Zig Panic voted for me. Grace is my friend, and John Koskin said I'm honest.